Hello? Hello? Is there a technician who can be of help?
You are live, Neelle.
With all those whiskets, it must be possible to just restore the mute. Hello, Nina. Hello, Alisa. Hello, Isabella.
Hi.
Yes, here we are. Ellen, I got connection. I see the three superstars, so hopefully it will work. Thank you. Do we have connection also with voice? Yeah. Okay. I'm so impressed by what you are doing. So let's take the opportunity in just stimulating other ones. And please tell a little bit about how you are so involved in the startup world. And by the way, you are not anymore startups. You are in the next phase. Nina, would you mind starting?
Yeah, for sure. I wouldn't mind. Yeah. So my name is Nina Kara. I'm 14 years old, and I'm really passionate about human longevity. Recently, about a year ago, I founded a company called Bioteen, and we're working on pretty much extending health span by eradicating different hallmarks of aging and kind of eradicating aging-related diseases as a result. And this summer, I'm interning at GraphWorks, which is a medical devices company, and also I am interning with the Harvard lab, pretty much working on COVID-19 data analysis.
So you could be the angel for COVID-19 to find the vaccine at the end of the day, or help.
Yeah, so actually what we're doing is we're analyzing COVID-19's link to aging. So we're looking at the mortality curve of COVID-19 and how that correlates with aging. And we actually found we have some really interesting data and results we're finding. And yeah, so this is more, to see, hey, can we use aging drugs and different approaches we have for aging right now on COVID-19? And results look really promising.
It sounds great. Just asking Isabella and Alishba to give a little bit of background what you are active in, and then try to connect and try to get a circle of the female whiskets, what you can do for the moment of our world now. Isabella, are you willing to do that?
Yeah, I can give you a little bit of information about myself. So I am 16 and very, very interested and passionate about female healthcare and also building more sustainable food systems. So for about 2 years, first year, I was looking at sustainable food development using what's called cell agriculture. So taking these cells and then growing them into our agriculture instead of using cows or pigs or chickens or anything like that. So it's a very, very fascinating technology that lets us make all our food at a very small scale using smaller organisms that require less resources. And as a result, use less water, they use less land, they don't emit as much greenhouse gas. And I think the food system we have today is so severely broken. And there's just so much change. So I was very, very it was fantastic to be in that industry. The people are wonderful in cell agriculture. And then the second thing that I've really been thinking about and honing in on is female healthcare and just empowering women through health. And the specific problem that I'm working on with the team is tackling maternal mortality. So women that are dying around the age or around the time of childbirth in Africa, which is where most of the maternal deaths around the world are in the developing world. And of that, like 66%, 70% are in Africa. And of all maternal deaths, 20% are in Nigeria. So we're building a project in a state in northwestern Nigeria called Jigawa. And we're distributing a drug called misoprostol, which is a like post-birth hemorrhaging prevention drug, so making sure that women don't bleed after. So we're working with a nonprofit down there and the government to do this whole pilot, which is pretty exciting. And then beyond that, I also work at a startup called the Knowledge Society, TKS. I'm sure we'll get to that the program because all of us have been through it. It's basically a human accelerator program for 13 to 17-year-old students across North America, and now we have a virtual program. So basically, any student that's passionate, excited around the world.
Excellent. Just before going to Alishba, 2 questions to you. Do you need a cow at the beginning, or can you start with an artificial cell and developing it? Do you need one cow?
So what's really exciting is theoretically we can take one cell from a cow. So what's interesting about these products is it takes a cell from an animal and then you grow that cell outside of the animal into the same muscle tissue. Theoretically, there's a type of cell called an induced pluripotent stem cell. And you can take one of those from a cow, and that has the potential to feed the entire world if we do the right cell biology and all that. So you need a cow at the beginning, but no cows are hurt in the process. It's just like one sample.
Thank you. My second question, are you also cooperating with flying doctors?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
I'm also cooperating with flying doctors in Africa. I'm an ambassador for flying doctors over there, and they do have an extremely interesting network, and they are taking profit of the digital technology where they can reach now areas in South Africa or in Africa where before that it wasn't possible. So you don't need to be there in person, but you can already teach and educate people over there. Are you cooperating with them, or there are other non-profit organizations?
No, so not at this time. We're not cooperating with them. What we're doing, and it seems like I've never actually heard of them, so it seems like a fantastic organization and mission. We're cooperating with a very local nonprofit in Jigawa, and they've done a couple projects with like World Bank and different universities in the state. So I won't disclose right now because we have to sign all the agreements, but very, very cool nonprofit.
Excellent. I will inform you about this one, and there are, of course,
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Alishba, please tell us a bit more about your project.
Yeah, for sure. So for the past 2 years, I've been super interested in machine learning and blockchain. So, and then looking at ways we can kind of use these to solve problems in different industries. So particularly, I've been going really deep into energy as well as healthcare. Initially, I started out in the blockchain space, and I basically identified a problem within like the healthcare infrastructure, especially within supply chain management. And so in the developing world, almost like 40% of their medication can be counterfeit. And one of the main reasons for that is there's literally no way to track where this medication is coming from and how it's being distributed around, different places. And so I wanted to basically figure out a way we could track this medication, allow for more transparency so that people could catch counterfeit within the industry. And so I actually applied blockchain technology to that as a platform that we can use to track that. And so I got a little bit of support from IBM because they're doing a lot of work in this space. So got to kind of develop out the entire infrastructure for a product like this. Stuck around that space for a little bit, built some other interesting dApps more in the real estate space. And now I'm really interested in machine learning. And so I've been looking at ways we can apply this to specifically robotics. And then I'm also looking at a problem within energy storage. So within robotics, I'm basically looking at improving prosthetics. And so I actually knew someone who had a prosthetic arm and realized that they're very expensive. Like at the high end, they can cost up to $100,000. And the actual grip and grasp of the prosthetic arm is often done manually. So user literally has to manually control how they want to lift up different objects, how they want to manipulate it. And so I basically applied my kind of knowledge in deep learning, different like algorithms in AI to basically improve the process of prosthetics and 3D printing. And right now I'm looking at working with Hanson Robotics. You might have heard of their like robot. So they're doing a lot of interesting work in this space. So potentially might be implementing my algorithm into their robots, which is really exciting. And then, yeah, last thing, like I mentioned, is energy storage. So super interested in improving just the research and development process of energy storage systems like batteries. We're looking at something called supercapacitors as well. So essentially right now we're developing out the product and looking at ways we can accelerate the testing process for different manufacturers in the space.
Alicia, just talking about batteries, what is your approach for it is really an important issue in the chain, but how can we deal with it and with all the challenges that are to be expected? Do you have a thought about that?
Yeah, so batteries specifically, just like energy storage itself is a huge problem because like if we think about renewables themselves, like the prices of renewables are going significantly down, but we're still not widely implementing it. And the reason is because renewables aren't really reliable today. Like the sun is shining at certain parts of the day and it's not shining in the other parts. And so you might think, okay, we have like storage systems and backup systems where we can store energy for when it's not being produced. But we actually don't have enough. So we need way more energy storage capacity. Just for context, like if we want to get our goal of having almost 45% of our power being generated from renewables, we need to almost like 20x our energy storage capacity in the next 10 years. And so that's kind of how I realized this is a huge problem that we need to obviously fix. But the specific problem I'm looking at tackling is within testing. So if you break down the value chain, these manufacturers are doing testing to see like how long their cell will last because you want it to last long. And so they'll go through like research and development, but they're doing this manually in labs. So it's taking like 3 months to a couple of years. And so if we can just use the past data that they've already collected during tests, we can actually significantly speed this process up. So that's kind of how we saw the intersection of being able to speed this process up, leading to kind of more of these energy storage systems being created.
A question for all the three of you in your different disciplines. Are there a lot of ring fence areas in which cooperation is just blocking a further step? Or is it not at stake that it's ring fence, there is a lot of cooperation? Be quite open and honest to that. Nina, please start.
Sure. So are you talking about, there's a lot of incorporating different corporations and businesses in a particular area? Is that sort of?
Yeah, okay. So I'm thinking with your research and with your explanation what the research is going to do and how important it is, are you realizing that there are a lot of barriers that because there is not enough cooperation that we are not combining instead of and so on?
I'd say in the field of aging and human longevity, one of the main barriers is FDA approval. So, well, not typically for aging-related drugs, but it's just that the FDA doesn't really classify aging as a disease because we don't really know it like that. But seeing the effects it can have on families and people, many people are pushing for it to be classified as a disease. Also, there's public opinion too, right? Because the public has to be okay with your drug and with your approach for you to actually be able to have it reach people. So I think those are two main barriers because definitely aging needs to kind of improve its public opinion. Not that people don't want to stop aging. It's more that people don't necessarily consider that a very urgent matter, but it definitely is in the sense that it does cause other diseases.
Yeah. Isabella, how is it in your discipline and sector?
It's interesting because when I think there's just so many barriers when it comes to just like creating something novel. It's just hard. It's hard to like go into the world and be like, I want to change what we are doing today. And I think one of the interesting stuff in food systems is if we look at just dairy alone, it impacts the livelihoods of over 1 billion people.
Well, yeah.
So if we're saying like, let's create a whole new economy, a whole new product, well, like it's okay. R&D is hard. We don't have enough scientists. We don't have enough engineers. There's just like not enough people working on this problem. But like beyond that, we create a product and all of a sudden it's like 1 billion people in one way or another are like likely negatively impacted because when we say like their livelihood depends on dairy, and this is just dairy, we're also talking this could replace our meat products, this could replace our leather products, our fragrance products, like anything to do with animals, which is exciting. But then we're like, okay, well, we're literally impacting 1/7 or 1/8 of the world. And that is a whole barrier, because now it's not even just like, how do we make sure these foods are nutritional, these products are safe, but then it's like, how do we transition people into an entirely new world? Like, this is going to be a whole new revolution. And there's like so many exciting, interesting technologies. Alishba was touching on some. Nina, the stuff that she's doing in aging is awesome. And it's like, we want to create new like energy storage and we want to have new drugs, but like this is a new world that we are building. So how do we like involve, first of all, more people? I don't think there's enough people working on these problems, because people are what makes the world go round. Not one person is going to change it all. Like the project I'm working on in Nigeria is only possible because I have just a rock star team that is like doing so good. So those are some of the things that I would say. I think it's like, okay, how do we involve the players that are actually not going to be beneficiaries from these processes, from these things? Like I'm sure maybe Nina and Alishba can touch on it, but there are companies that benefit from the world not being that great of a place. Like there are companies that benefit from the fact that we are slaughtering like billions of animals every year for our food. Like we benefit from it, we get protein from it. So we really got to think about it and transition the world in a sustainable way and involve people, and involvement can create tensions, and it's just hard.
You need more political attention?
I don't know. I don't know. Would that be unproductive is my question. I think there's like, especially around young people or people my age, like this kind of a connotation around, I'll talk about anything except politics. I don't want to touch on politics. I don't know if political is the best way to do it.
Yeah, got it. Alishba, please give us your idea.
No, I want to kind of touch on the last point that Isabella was talking about. And I think like it really just comes down to incentives. Like you'll realize like everybody has different incentives, and really understanding that isn't always easy. And this was like something that, just like as an example, when I was working on like that medication project, like this was a huge thing that I realized, because for me it was like, okay, why would people not want to know where their products are coming from? Like if we could catch counterfeit, like why would we not want to do it? But reality is like people are profiting on this. Like it's an industry, people are doing it because they make money. And so that was like a huge realization for me, is like, how do we understand the incentives that people have? And then based on that, like even when you're working on a project, you almost have to pivot like who your target audience is based on like what kind of incentives they have, or even just like getting people involved. Like I'm sure like Izzy's working on the Nigeria project, and there it's like there's so much FDA approval, there's all like government that you just have to get involved. Like there's no way to do it without having that. And so I think it's like figuring out, okay, what are the incentives? And then if they don't align, how do you, change those so that it better fits the kind of impact that you want to make? And then I'd say the second thing is more around, figuring out what are the different organizations and corporations that need to be involved in this for this to really happen. And that might be the government, that might be like different companies, corporations. But I think really understanding that, it, again, comes down to people and understanding the way people think and the way that they work. So that for me was like a huge realization. It's not always easy to just like create a product and be like, okay, this is going to solve blank amount of people's like problems. It's really about figuring out why they would want that and how do you overcome the barriers.
Is being young, being a female, being inventive and innovative and entrepreneurial, is that a more difficult point in your way of pushing to your goal, or does it help?
Yeah,
Nina?
so I think that it can be both bad and good. Obviously, there are things that I don't know, things that I do need to spend a lot more time learning because I'm younger, and I'm very much willing to spend time learning them. So I don't think it's necessarily difficult, but I also do think it does give me a bit of an advantage, because then I have a different perspective and I can kind of bring that perspective to the work I do. So I think it both helps, and also there are some things that I need to work a bit more for, but that's not necessarily bad, is it?
No, it's pushing. Yeah. Isabella?
Yeah, I think it's interesting if you break down a lot of that stuff. It's like the first one is young and age, and I've never really thought of I've never really been like, oh, I'm not going to do this because I'm 16. I'm just like very audacious, and I think I'm invincible. So it's like I just have a lot of audacity, and I want to try things, and I think that makes me the person who I am. So I've never found age a big limiting factor, but maybe I just haven't been in the environment in which it is, and I just have like so many supportive people, and I'm very, very grateful for like each and every one of my relationships there. Then gender, and like the fact that I'm a female, I actually have not experienced, like if I have experienced any downfall from that, I just like don't let it affect me.
Excellent.
And I think yeah, I think there is, especially among like younger, like the population that I'm around, there definitely is like, I wouldn't call it discrimination, but there's a difference between being a female and a male in an environment. Like there's a difference between how my male counterparts talk to me versus like their male friends. And it's interesting because there still is a level of like not being taken as seriously, even though like the qualifications are there. And it's kind of disappointing to see that everywhere. And one thing that I really notice is whenever I'm in a big group of people, like boys and girls, and then we have to clean up, I always find that the guys will sit down and it's always the girls cleaning. And like that, it isn't the end of the world. It isn't whatever, but it's like how you train is how you perform. And like we're living in a world where we want gender equality and we want all these opportunities for women, but like the boys that we're raising, like, you know, still it's almost like every time I see that happen, I'm like, are we in like, are we living 200 years ago? Like, what is going on? Why aren't you cleaning up? I think there's like little things like that I notice a lot. But I don't let it get to me. I'm like very audacious. So that's my 2 cents.
Keep it like that. Alishba?
Yeah, I think so. All of us are part of, Izzy touched on this a little bit earlier, but we're all part of this like human accelerator at TKS. And so through that program, like we've all gotten training, not just on like the tech, but also on the mindset. And I think like the mindset aspect of doing this is like so underrated. Like we don't often talk about, you know, mindset training, like how do you just become a better person? But it's so important. And that's something huge that I realized even before going into the program. Like my mindset just wasn't there. Like if I could do the same things without having the right mindsets, I think it would be like 10x harder. And so I do think those barriers still exist. It might not be amongst us because I think like we've gotten the training and we've gotten exposure to it, which is like really, which is awesome for us. But I still think that there's a lot of work to do in terms of just like our schooling system. And I think like the way that we train women, like one thing I've seen is like just generally like a huge like lack of confidence. Like girls will, when they're talking about themselves or talking about the work they're doing, they'll always underplay it. Or like the males will always kind of dominate the conversation. That's still something that I commonly see. And so I think like training on the mindset, and I think a lot of it comes down to just self-confidence. Like how much do you believe in yourself and the work that you're doing is so important. And it's still something that is a huge problem. And it might be, you know, part of our schooling system. It might be the way that you just grew up, like the environment that you live in. So I do think there's a lot of moving factors that kind of play into the way that you are and how confident you feel about your work. But really, I think that's like the missing piece is that like the way you're grown up, the schooling system, and really just having confidence in the work you're doing. Because if you believe in yourself, I think half of the barriers go away because most of them are kind of barriers you put upon yourself. So yeah, I've been super lucky to kind of work on those mindsets over time, but I still think we need to put in more effort in that area.
And what was said by Isabella, speak up and don't accept certain issues, for otherwise you can't expect that it will be changing. So, and you are role models, and I'm not certain if you are happy with that, but you are. So, and in a role model, you can push a lot of your generation and also show that you still can have a lot of fun, but that this is driven by a change of mind, and that we need to take all your talents and your exposures for a better world. For otherwise, we will stick in that line where we are complaining later on.
Yeah, definitely agree. I think. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I was just going to add something.
Please.
Yeah, one of the things I've been thinking about a lot recently is the fact that a lot of good judgments and like good decisions and like great ways of thinking about things are often not popular amongst crowds. And I think it comes out like the world we're living in isn't the best world we could have. So by like virtue of saying like, I want to build a better world, or I want to create machine learning products that help us test energy storage faster, I want to find the drugs that will cure aging, like we're taking on a new opinion that is not actually widely accepted. And like most, so we're all teenagers. So most teenagers that we talk to, like don't think about these things that we really, really enjoy and are passionate about. So I think a part of it is just like, when you do want to be audacious and do things, like you are going to be different. And if you're going to be different, you're going to hold opinions that other people won't agree with necessarily. They won't be like very fond of. They won't be popular. And I think if you want to build a world where we, first of all, have a lot more equality and opportunity for people, like you're going to have to speak up at times where you just don't want to. But that's good. That means you're probably doing something that's like better than the world that we have today. And that is going to be unpopular, but like that is a good sign. And I think that's like a really hard thing to actually think about, because it's difficult to be like one girl in a group of 5 boys and to say something like, you are talking over me and like I don't feel heard. But like that is a step towards the world that like I want to build. And I think like that's where you have to think about it. Like, where do I want the world to go in 10 years? And then how do I just do that right now so that, it can start happening?
Fascinating. You are all 3 teenagers, and normally spoken with the term teenager, you are not thinking of researchers, entrepreneurs. How can we change that image? For it's fascinating what you are doing, what you are telling. And what should be done, and you were already talking about education, and a lot, of course, depends on what is the surrounding, what type of family you are from, and were they pushing, or tell a little bit more about that background, why you are the role model in a teenage group, and fascinating. I'm impressed by all 3 of you. Nina, what is different between the 3 of you and a lot of other ones?
So I think, every teenager has a lot of curiosity and a lot of drive. I know that an analogy I like to use is when you're younger, you always want to do something really really fun, or really something that really fits with your personality. So I wanted to be a CEO of a computer science company. I still kind of do, but it's shifted obviously a lot more towards biology too. And I know people want to be astronauts, pop stars, you name it. And am I cutting out? Or
no, go on. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah, but so you want to be something wild and amazing as a kid, and that seems to kind of go down a little bit. It seems to me not be as prevalent as your career choice as when you're an adult. And I think it's really that we need to retain that sense of imagination and inventiveness. And we need to remember that we are still kids, and we can do things to change the world. Age is just a number. We still can change the world. So I think that's sort of a big difference. But I think that any teenager can, if they work really hard and if they put a lot of time into it, I do think that they can conduct their own research and start their own companies and change the world.
Alifa, but what is your thought? And how can we just push all the other ones? For it is what you are doing. It's also fun. So it's not an activity in which you say, "Oh my goodness, I'm bearing the world and I need to," and so on. But it's also challenging and fun. Would you mind telling us a bit?
Yeah, for sure. I think that point about enjoying your work is so important, by the way. Like, I think you'll realize that when you're working on things you don't enjoy, it's so important to find the things you enjoy. Like, there's really no substitute for that. But yeah, I think the 2 things that come to mind are one, I think fueling curiosity. Like, if I just think about the schooling system, I don't think it's built to necessarily fuel your curiosity or figure out what you're really passionate about. It's more of just a filtering mechanism to kind of find the best people that would go on into society and contribute to the workforce. But I think if we really want to find more people that have passion for things they're interested in. I think we need to feel curiosity. Like even when you think about like schools, like when you're writing a test, like it's literally like you're doing an assignment, you'll be given a rubric. It's like, if you want to get this grade, just do this and this. And so you're really just meeting like the bare minimum. You're trying to just get what people are telling you to do versus trying to do exploration. And so I think the first thing we need to change is just like not make it a filtering mechanism. I think our school just needs to be more of a place for people to figure out what they're curious about. Like just give them an assignment to research a topic that they think is interesting and just report on that. And I think we need more of that kind of structure when it comes to schooling. And then I think the second thing is like exposure, because I think that's like where it really starts. Like if I didn't know that machine learning and blockchain existed, like the likelihood of me being here right now, talking to you about it and working on projects in this space is very low. And so I think like getting people the right exposure and showcasing these like different areas, it doesn't even have to be technology. It can really be anything they're interested in, is like also another thing we need to do more of. And it's hard because it's like, especially in technology, not a lot of people are thinking about it and not a lot of people are working on it. So it's less common that people have heard of this. But I think if we have more people talking about areas that aren't as common, like when we think about career fields, we think like doctor, we think engineer, we think lawyer, but there's literally so many other ways where you can still work in those fields, but in like completely different ways. And so I think we need more of that optionality, talking about different areas, getting people the exposure, because I think that's where it starts. Like if you get the exposure, it doesn't mean you have to like the thing. Now you just know it exists and you're much more likely to figure out what you're passionate about. And so for me, I'd say those were the two things that really changed my mindset. I got the curiosity and I was just excited to learn things. And then I got the exposure. Like those two things combined helped me figure out what I really wanted to work on.
Isabella?
Yeah, I think everything that they're saying is great. I think what it comes down to, I actually wouldn't necessarily say that every teenager is curious and every teenager has a drive. I actually don't think that's common at all. And I think part of that is as you like grow up, it sort of gets beaten out of you a little bit. And it's like with curiosity, you're almost like creating a lot of new options. And I think a lot of people want the stability and the security of direction. So what I would actually add is like, it's not only about like making everyone, like, I think people just need direction. I don't think that a lot of people, first of all, know about artificial intelligence or quantum computing or a lot of these things that are literally going to change the world in the next 5 to 10 years. So how are they supposed to start? Like if a kid doesn't even like know of the concept of cell agriculture, how in the world are they going to like start building the skills to like actually contribute meaningfully to that industry? And I think part of that is just the information that we are sharing is outdated. And we're not giving like students, like when I was in school, I was just confused 100% of the time of what I wanted to do. I was like, do I want to go to law school? Do I want to become a teacher? Like, what do I want? And what I find very, very fascinating is the fact that like I've gone through the education system for over a decade and I've learned about atoms. I know how to write an essay. I can name a bunch of historical facts, but like never was there a time where we actually spent like a class or a period or a subject or whatever asking like, what do I want in my life? Like, what do I want to do? What am I passionate about? What problems do I want to solve? Like, it's always about like, here's the past, here's what happened. Never like, what is on the bleeding edge of technology right now and how can you contribute it? And like, how do you want to live your life so it's meaningful? So just to sum up, but I think it's all about like, how do we give people the optionality to learn about these things and contribute to this? Because if you don't know, there's a 0% chance that you're going to use artificial intelligence to build better healthcare infrastructure. 0% chance. If you don't know what AI is, like you're never going to get there. And I think that's where all of us, like the Knowledge Society program, TKS, which is it's in Ottawa, Toronto, Vancouver in Canada, New York, Boston, Las Vegas, and Los Angeles in the United States. And then there's a virtual program. I don't know if I can drop a link, but I can give a code for, yeah, great. I'll put it in the private chat. This is my link, and it basically anyone that applies to the program, it's an application, and then if you get accepted, you get into the cohorts in the fall. With this link, it'll be a little bit expedited. So I know a lot of the people watching Campus Party, anyone that's up to first year university can apply. But I know that if you're watching this, you're clearly motivated or driven, or you maybe have a child or someone that is a young person with a lot of these ambitions. And I hope Alishba and Nina would agree that like TCAS was a very, very pivotal part for our journeys and where we got started. And so when I think about what are the answers to the education system, I'm like, I want to give other people the opportunity to the best education that I have ever received. So I will drop that link right over there. And so anyone that uses this has a little bit of a fast code. I don't get any monetary impact from that. I love sharing other people the opportunity to just change their lives. So there's that.
Great. By the way, that is at stake. Sharing and joining is so important, and also between females. For you shouldn't just pull legs off the other one because it is a competitor or a potential competitor. Please join and just be aware that if we are helping each other, we can change the world. And having said that, I'm highly interested. What are you, and of course it is dreaming and it is thinking over borders, what are you planning to do 5 years from now? And 5 years, it is just a split second and we are there. Nina, what are you doing 5 years from now?
So something I'm really interested in is brain aging and neurological aging, and finding a way we can prevent that and or mitigate the effects, because it causes a lot of neurodegenerative diseases like dementia, Parkinson's, different categories of dementia too. And it's really interesting, and I want to figure out a way to prevent it. So I'd probably want to be in a lab researching that in a few years.
Sounds great. By the way, your area will be growing and growing with an aging population nearby all over the world. It's up to you. Isabella, what is your dream 5 years from now? What are you doing?
I really see myself just working on a problem and like making substantial change. I think there's a lot of ways like you want to start small, but I hope in 5 years that I've started small and then gone big.
Sounds great. So, Alishba.
Yep. I think for me, it's similar to Isabella. Like I'm really interested in just working on like hard problems. So that might be within like just deep tech or just like social problems that I get excited by. So I think being able to go deep into, like right now, I'm going really deep into just like hard tech and trying to identify like problems there. I think potentially if I figure something out there, working on something that could have a huge impact, whether that's like people or an organization that I'm helping improve something for. And yeah, that can be kind of in different ways, working for a company that has a really cool mission, or even just like starting my own venture to do that.
What I was thinking for this initiative of the campus people, I'm absolutely a fan and already a long time. And why not give it a try? If there is one person or one organization that you have in mind in just helping you in pushing your projects, who would that be? And also name, if you say it's the Pope, then it's the Pope, but then we can just, and I can't imagine that it will be the Pope, but with all respect for the Pope, but if you are just mentioning someone or an organization where normally spoken you would be too timid or you would be too shy to write a letter, for then we can try to push the campus people to do their utmost that could happen. Nina, who are you thinking of? Dream loud.
You know, I think there have been a lot of people and a lot of organizations that have definitely contributed towards my growth. I do think, you know, Isabella, as you can see, the link is running across the bottom. TKS has been very helpful. I mean, honestly, I don't know. I can't pinpoint a single one. You know, I think everyone who's played a role in my life has definitely helped me a lot. I do think my parents have always been supporting me. They're not an organization, of course, but my parents have continuously been supporting me and been very kind with helping me with my research and helping me dream big. So I think definitely if I were to shout out one person, one group of people, I guess it would be my family, my parents.
That sounds great. What I was thinking, I could imagine that it would be the #1 of the World Health Organization, or so, and talking about Isabella, talking about someone of or IMF, or so the number, but then always the #1, so that there is a meeting with someone. And Alicia, I can imagine that it will be the USO #1, or from the energy organization. So please, Isabella, who are you thinking of that could be anyhow fascinating discussion? Or perhaps the president of the European Commission, or
Yeah. I think so. It depends on what like project we're talking about. If we're talking about my maternal health project, I think that comes down to like the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, or the United Nations Population Fund. We have been trying to get a little bit connected, but totally like it's so fantastic. I have some really great mentors on the project helping it go along. But from a food perspective, I think a big player, and like big players that need to be involved, are just, well, #1, like any sort of like European Commission. Like I know Europe is probably gonna be one of the faster markets that take in these products, FDA, that type of thing. But then also like meat companies. How do we get the companies that are not going to be beneficiaries from this change, and like how do we figure out an action plan to get that? That's a fantastic resource there. I think the other one I would say to advance the food industry would be like very big medical biological research faculties, because they have students that are trained in biology. But the thing I found really interesting about food systems is it's not a medical problem. It came from the medical industry. So here's the issue. With food, the incentive is like, let's make it as cheap as possible. With medicine, it's like, let's just make something that saves lives. It doesn't matter if you make a heart that's $10 million or 10 hearts for $1 million. The incentive is still the same. It's just like how many people have access to it. So I would actually argue within medicine, like there's not that much, like it's obviously part of it. People have to afford it for it to whatever, but like there are rich people that can afford a $10 million heart. Like that's just the reality. And so there's less incentive to scale it down. Whereas in food, we need it to be as cheap as possible, because like food is like, to even penetrate this market, you have to have it taste good and then also economically be sustainable. So then what I find really interesting is the fact that the food cell agriculture space evolved from medicine. So the incentives are like incorrect, kind of. It's like we're working on the problem from like a way that doesn't actually make a lot of sense. However, we still need scientists and we still need people. Most companies are in R&D. So I think just getting people from the medical space, and there might be people that love biology but maybe don't want to do medicine for their whole life. Like they can contribute to a very different problem, and I don't think a lot of people know about it. So I would say like medical faculties and any way to get engaged with students. I'm actually a board advisor at a cultured meat company called Aleph Farms. They do cultured steak, and they are a fantastic company out of Israel. And so we've been doing a bunch of initiatives to get involved there. So those are the two different ones. So to recap, like medical faculties where there's a lot of scientists and students. And then for the maternal health, like the UNFPA, Bill and Melinda Gates. I know I just talked a lot. I'm going to pass it over to Alicia.
Great, thank you. Alicia.
Yeah, for me, I think like it does depend on like the problem that you're looking at. I think for energy storage, a lot of the problem is just like we literally just need more people working on the problem. Like lots of people like Bill Gates, Elon Musk are talking about this problem. Obviously, Elon Musk is actually doing a lot of stuff with Tesla in this space. So I think we do need more people that are like working in this space, but I think particularly we need more people that are looking at different energy storage systems. So if you commonly look at like what most people are innovating in today, it's really just batteries. Like there's two types of batteries, solid state and lithium ion. Those are kind of the most common areas where a lot of research institutions, like engineers are contributing their efforts to. But I think there's still a lot of other interesting areas. Like to name a few, I think like hydro pump, if you can revamp it to be like gravitational energy storage, is a very interesting area. Obviously supercapacitors, that's an area I'm working in. I think we need more people working in that space. So the first thing I'd say is just, getting the people that are already focused on this space, but looking at other energy storage systems. And then I still think we need more engineers, more of these research groups at like MIT and like other universities that are in the space, like looking at these other areas and ways we can progress forward. So I think if we have more people doing that, but also focusing efforts on not just research, but also how do we commercialize these? That's another huge portion of it. I think we can make a lot more impact in this space. And then in terms of like other areas, I think for kind of robotics and the stuff I'm doing there, there's lots of interesting companies like OpenAI, DeepMind's doing some really interesting stuff here. So I think the approaches they have are really awesome. They're focusing a lot on research, but I still think we need people focusing on how do we actually make this something sustainable in real life today. So looking at ways that we can actually commercialize this and apply it to the real world. So I'd say those are kind of the two things.
Thank you so much. Our hour is nearby over. And for me, it was fascinating to not only knowing that you are doing an extremely good job, but that you are also so inspirational in your career way in changing the world. And we need people like you, and I wish you a lot of success. And perhaps the campus people can just, and you and me, we can connect and try to find even more pushing and even more help for you in the very near future. Thank you so much, and have a good weekend and a lot of success.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me, and all of us.
Thank you. Bye.
Hello. I hope you can hear me. I'm Phil Campbell. I'm delighted to be here and there, wherever there is. I've been very interested in how the perception of myself and everyone else as a human being has changed following the pandemic and how it will continue to change. I hope you can see the slides okay. I have been teaching now for a few years, and I always start with what I want to talk about today, which is called the vortex, for want of a better word. I've had many careers. I'm that old. I am an architect by profession. I'm a terrible poet. I've been a game designer for over 25 years. I started an AR, augmented reality company, probably 8 years too soon. That's 8 years PPG, I think, which is pre-Pokemon Go, which might have changed everything. I now teach. I'm a professor at Berkeley City College and Cogswell University of Silicon Valley. I am going to talk about some design concepts in relation to the pandemic. I can really only look at them through the lens of being an architect or a game designer. I'm not a philosopher or a scientist or a politician, even any of those important jobs. So what I specifically am doing is looking at the human condition in relation to how we perceive ourselves within our environment, how we perceive others, and how that adapts and adjusts us, and then translating that to the world of design and game design and architecture. This is called the vortex. It's been something that's been with me for a long, long time. It's a concept of you, the human being, and your relationship to the world around you. Oh, by the way, I'm coming to you from sunny San Francisco, and I'm Irish, so I have a tendency to ramble. And so hopefully I'll get to the end of my slide deck this time. It's a tight timeline. The vortex makes an assumption that you're the nucleus of your own vortex. That sounds very self-involved, but in fact, you'll see that it's very much the opposite direction, where you're a nucleus that are really mixing with the world around you. And the notion is that at any given moment in time, you are perceived differently by other people, and you have a different perception of yourself. This sort of thinking started with me when I was leaving college, what about 100 years ago, and it's stuck with me ever since. And I've experimented with it in life, in architecture, in games, but mostly relating it to games. So, you know, take that with a pinch of salt. It was all inspired by this. It's a book by an Irish writer whose pen name was Flann O'Brien. It's called The Third Policeman. Now, I know you're not supposed to read out your own slides, but I have the accent for this, so I feel that I can. How can I convey the perfection of my comfort on the bicycle, the completeness of my union with her, the sweet responses she gave me at every particle of her frame? I felt that I had known her for many years and that she had known me, and that we understood each other utterly. There's a lot of incredibly meta, surreal concepts launched in this book, which is a very, very funny book. And one of the key concepts that stuck with me was the idea that we weren't necessarily defined. What constituted us as a human being was not the edge of our skin, was not where our body ends, as it were. That wasn't a hard surface, that our molecules were constantly mixing with the world around us. And the basic premise of this part of the book was that these Irishmen are cycling around the village constantly on their bicycles, and the molecules are mixing up so much that eventually the Irishmen become more bicycle, and the bicycles become more Irishmen because of that mix. So by the end, I don't want to give it all away, but the Irishmen, you walk around the village and the Irishmen are all propped up against the wall because they're more like bicycles, and the bicycles are chasing the lovely woman of the village around trying to get dates. And so this stuck with me, the idea that if you were to consider yourself the nucleus of a vortex, what the perception of you as a human being was constantly changing based on what was around you at any given time, what you were seeing, smelling, tasting, who you were standing beside, what environment you were in. And in trying to translate this to games, to figure out by proxy how you were reacting with your first person avatar or your third person avatar, the notion was very simply stated that you considered yourself moving in a 3 foot radius of space. Now, you'll see later how this relationship has changed when we start to consider our 6 feet of separation. So everything you do at any given moment in time is influenced by your environment, by your proximities. And so in putting this into action in games, I'll start with this cheesy little sketch here led to this project. I've got to thank the Brazil Campuseros for inviting me, but just as an example, the notion that how could we influence that space around us? How could we make it clearer? Now, obviously, these theories have developed over time. AR is a really good example of us becoming more, having a more extended life. I teach design thinking as well, and the concept of the persona, empathy maps, all seek to draw your influences in around you to actually help shape you as a human being. So this was a very simple concept for Guyana in Pernambuco. It was a sort of social, cultural world, spiritual world, where every avatar in the game was a reflection of you, and you had a system called emblems. Now, emblems were a way of showing everything you'd achieved, everything you'd done in the game, everything you'd listened to, and they were a display. They opened up like a peacock, and it really was inspired by taking part in Caboclinho, I hope my pronunciation is correct, parades, and being there in Brazil for a time, listening to the sound of the maracatu drummers, and all the various spiritual aspects of that life. So basically trying to apply the notion that you're more than just your skin and bones. I actually, at the time, there was a big deal about Second Life. Everybody was using Second Life, the program. But I was really more concerned with your first life. And that's why I ultimately got into augmented reality. But really throughout my career, I've tried to apply the notion that you can extend your vortex. You can encompass different things in your vortex. Sometimes it's done in a very simple way. I know this looks like a video game, but it's actually architecture. This was a competition for a theme park. I designed a lot of theme parks. And the idea was, once we discovered that the client himself actually felt that he was Santa, the idea was to try and immerse him in our scheme, in our competition scheme, by creating this huge drawing that actually filled his desktop. So you can see there that that's the notion of his arm inhabiting the drawing and drawing him into the vortex of this drawing. You can see a rolled up example of our actual competition drawings. You can see Santa's comic collection, the keys to his Vespa. It worked because we won the competition, but it was the idea that somehow we'd inhabited his headspace and somehow we'd drawn ourselves into his vortex and what constituted him at any given moment in time. I was for a time I was a senior designer at Legoland in Windsor, and the fools actually let me design a vortex for real and actually built it. And this really was the notion of how this vortex could be translated into this theme park. So you joined the vortex of the theme park. You can see that all the design, if you can see the slides clearly, was designed to draw you into the park and propel you through it. All the buildings were thrown off from the vortex. It also had a fun design decision where this was a royal park at Windsor, and some of the trees were accidentally knocked down, and they asked me what could we put there, and I just off the top of my head I said a dinosaur, and of course they built it. They can build anything in Lego. So it's not often in life you get to make decisions like that. In relation to games though, it's very interesting, because when you consider that your third person avatar or your first person is a proxy for you in the game or for the character you're playing, how do you deal with the game space? How do you relate your player to the environment so that it becomes more meaningful, and so that ultimately you can make more meaningful actions and you can appear and behave more appropriately for that character, whether you're playing a character or yourself? How do you deal with something like that in one of our earliest projects, in like an Escher world where there's at least 4 dimensions? How does my avatar relate and see that world? So let me look at some examples of the things I worked on and some of the systems that have gone before. And I've kind of called it modular humanity, and figuring out how there may be a system for translating this vortex of space around you as a human being, translating that into games and seeing how that made your avatar or your first person self react. And systems of proportions obviously are not new. Vitruvian Man by Leonardo, supposedly the perfect human form, and of course the modular by Le Corbusier. Le Corbusier actually met with Einstein in 1946, and this is what Einstein had to say about the modular scale of proportions, which makes the bad difficult and the good easy. And so in an effort to look for something like this, where there's a true connection between you, your avatar, your persona, and the environment to ultimately make your actions more appropriate, I looked at how well this had been done in Tomb Raider. So this is my own small contribution, part of my contribution to the Tomb Raider world. I worked on Tomb Raider for about 5 years. And this is a journey for Lara here that takes her from Scotland to the Channel Tunnel, very exciting, and to a French zoo. And it was loosely based on Joan of Arc and various other mythologies, Planet of the Apes. Originally, I designed this for Northern Ireland, but of course, the powers that be said that Northern Ireland was not glamorous enough, so it had to be Scotland. Of course, Game of Thrones would dispute that now. I think we're plenty glamorous enough. And Tomb Raider was key in this sense in the shaping of the modular, because it was about proportions, right? Probably not the proportions you're thinking about. And these are various versions of Lara through time. But what it was the relationship of the Lara avatar to her environment as built in the engine and the tools for the game. And now this looks like Minecraft now or something. This is from about 1998, 99. And it's a very simple system. And the big difference here was that instead of it being like a building system now, like Unreal or Unity, where everything is planes and shapes and you put those things together, this was like sculpting from the inside. It was like one of those executive toys where you put your hand on the nails and leave an impression. So you were sculpting Lara's world from the inside. But here was the thing. Every single movement of square, you can see that the module of that is squares. It later became triangles as it grew more sophisticated. And this was developed by the core design team in Derby in England. And you'll see that every time you move a square, Lara, it works in proportion, right? So Lara could always jump a certain amount. She could standing jump a certain distance. She could climb, she could jump up a certain distance, she could swim, shoot, etc. All of her movements were geared to the actual environment that was being built around her. And so the beauty of this was you couldn't make a mistake. As a designer of these levels, you couldn't fail in a way. You couldn't make a space that was impossible. There was no ambiguity about anything. You could see exactly if Lara could make a jump or a running jump or swallow dive or whatever it was. But more to this, and one of the things that I think made the game so popular was the idea that the player couldn't fail either. It was very legible. It was always clear what was the appropriate thing to do generally. I mean, something like Uncharted nowadays is a very beautiful game, but much harder to read because it's so much more realistic and so much more just more advanced in technology. But they ended up, I think, having to paint white lines, where you could jump, where you could do. But in this game, as you develop the game in this series of pushing out of squares, you knew that you could not make something that Lara would feel. So the player would never feel that sense of failure. I mean, you could miss a jump, but you had a great sense of empowerment as a character in this world. So I think that ultimately the proportion of Lara and the proportion of her figure and her moves in relation to the game meant she had a really strong connection to her environment. And this harken back to my views on the vortex, where we are at any given moment in time, how we are perceived as a human being and how we perceive ourselves as a human being is altered by the things that surround us. And so that ends up leading to appropriate behavior. For a few years, I was a creative director on James Bond at EA, and we're constantly figuring out what James Bond would do. Right? What was the appropriate behavior for James Bond? And we started designing things, in big moments. James Bond dives over a building and rappels down because that's what he would do. Or he fights a bunch of tanks in the elevator. That's what Bond would do. Because at any given moment, if Bond couldn't open a locked door or tripped on a curb or slid off a roof, unless he wanted to, it broke the spell. It broke the illusion of being James Bond. And I developed Bond in both first and third person. So constantly you're thinking about what is the vortex around Bond, the avatar in the game? And consequently, how does that relate to the humanity that's driving it? And so every design and every aspect of these designs that I've tried to create are related to the appropriateness of the behavior, how they relate to their environment around them. What might that avatar be seeing? What might that avatar be smelling or understanding or witnessing? Who's in proximity to that avatar? How does that affect how the enemies and the antagonists relate to that character? What are they seeing? And sometimes the goal could be, this was one of the first open world games. We got some of things right. Omicron, the Nomad Soul. It was a great excuse to get David Bowie into a game. But sometimes your synergy with your world can be complete. You were tasked in this game with playing about 50 characters, I think, in total, inhabiting their souls. And in every juncture, as that character, you had to behave appropriately. You were a great fighter or a great singer, a great puzzle solver, good with robots, and however you related in that design as a character meant how you were in tune with your world. And this was a brand new world within your computer. I remember doing 3 different techniques here. I looked at it from the persona and person point of view, which is on the left, which is basically telling little vignettes, little stories of how the player reacted as he entered environments and as he encountered people and what he was seeing and hearing and experiencing. I also, being an architect, looked at it from the architectural and the environmental point of view. So often, and this may not be the perfect rule for level design, but I often created the environment first, the nature of a factory or a big business company like this particular one in the middle is Konsu, and figured out how that world would influence the player and what the player character would do within that world. And if all else failed, there's always the good old trick of designing a level based on a Frenchman's face. This is, for me, a classic hidden narrative where maybe I was mad with my boss, David Cage, at one point here, but I found that I could transmogrify his face and create a level. I did give him a cigar to complete the jewel heist in the vault because he didn't smoke, because that was necessary. But again, it was another way of translating that inner hidden story, that nature of how I'm linked into my environment and finding some way, some path to design so you never get stuck. I think considering it now, I think I have about 3 minutes. Obviously, my mantra had always been three feet. There's a 3 feet radius of space around you, and everything that's in that space at that given moment is what makes up you as the person. It's your relationship to your environment, to your family, to your people around you, the people you're talking to, hugging, whatever the nature of that relationship is. and then translating that to games and architecture and figuring out how that would be perceived in moving through a space in a design or as a character moving around an environment in a game. Now, 6 feet apart, the new normal, possibly during this pandemic, and possibly it's changing life forever. But again, it caused me to consider the difference with my nucleus, what I'm now considering. And it can be quite literal in my simple-minded way of thinking that 3 foot radius translates to 6 foot. And now my vortex encompasses all that imagined empty space where I am not relating, I am 6 feet apart from any other human being to be safe. And obviously, my first goal is to translate that into video games and figure out if this is the new normal, if this is the way, sorry, cat attack. If this is the way that people normally relate to the world, then obviously translating that into video games, it's going to be different. There's going to be a different perception of space and the way we deal with people around us, ultimately. Maybe not in the craziest, silliest of games, but really if we're getting more serious about, The Last of Us or something that has some kind of relationship to human feelings and emotions. My general feeling in closing about being the center of a nucleus, being the nucleus of a vortex that extends out 6 feet is it's just something we need to adjust to. It gives us a different perception of our environment and the people around us. It's not a cause to regress or get isolated or shy or separated because it's a very separating thing. I mean, these things, masks, this looks like somebody's underpants, but it's a mask. Masks are very separating things. You can't even see a smile. But I think my goal would be to project into that space safely. I know it's the antithesis of what some people are about, but be louder, be more colorful, be brighter, wear a top hat. I don't know. The idea is that you have this 6 feet of space to inhabit, project into it. I mean, obviously, if we all wore visors and those were proved to be medically safe, clear visors rather than masks, people could see our expressions better. It might even magnify our expressions. It's a perfect place for AR to inhabit. I think AR can be very important in this now in terms of communicating out and incorporating our environment back to us. I think so. Essentially, in short, I don't have any life-changing answers, but I think that we have to consider that with our 6 feet of space, our 6 feet of separation, we have to consider projecting. We have to consider widening our scope and actually trying to engage with the world in a different way, if that makes any sense. So yeah, if that's it. If there's any questions, always turn to your trusty whiteboard and your Pentel marker, your sign pen. Keep the world going. Design never stops. And I think I'm on time. I can't see any other data here, so there's a delay. Okay. Actually, I could knock that off and just get the full me. I'm very grateful again to have been invited to do this. I think it's just worth considering that 6 feet rule. It's important, but you can fill that space. And for me personally, I relate that to my architecture and my video games. But thank you.
Hello, my name is John Mad Dog Hall. Let me start my slides here, please. Oh. No. Uh-oh. Let me try this again. Oh no. Problem? Who is Mad Dog? I have been in the industry for 50 years. I've had a wide variety of different jobs. But most of all, I like to think of myself as pragmatic, which means I like to help people do things. I am the board chair of the Linux Professional Institute. We are a nonprofit located in Toronto, Canada, and our goal is to promote open source professionals. We have over 160,000 certified professionals in 180 different countries, and we specialize in GNU Linux and BSD systems administration. We live in interesting times. We have a global pandemic. We have a worldwide economic crisis. Companies are failing. People are being laid off. So this may be the time to think about upgrading your skills and creating your own business. Now, I'm going to say something that's very strange to you, perhaps. I'm going to say to you that nobody ever buys a computer. Nobody ever buys hardware. Nobody ever buys software. What they do is they buy a solution to a problem. And even if that problem is just playing a game, it is the game that you want to do. It is the problem that you're solving. And so it doesn't really make any difference whether it's closed source, open source, Intel or ARM, as long as you can solve the problem. Here's some other interesting thoughts. In the industrialized countries around the world, about 86% of the gross domestic product comes from small to medium businesses. That's non-agricultural, non-governmental. When I say a small business, I'm talking between 1 and 30 people. A medium business is between 30 and 300. And these small and medium businesses generate about 90% of all the intellectual property as measured by patents or copyrights or licenses or things like that. So a huge amount of work comes out of these small to medium businesses. 50% of these small businesses may disappear in 2.5 years. But not all of that is bad news. They're not all going out of business. Some of them are purchased by larger businesses. And so the people that started them may either join the larger business or they walk away with a large amount of money. So this is a time to plan your path forward, to take stock of the things that you know, like, what have you done? What languages do you know? What systems do you know? What are your passions? Do you have a passion for music? Do you have a passion for art, video, gaming? Where would you like to go and what would you like to do? And what do you need to do and have to get there? Also, are there other people who share your passion that might want to join with you in this enterprise? There are also many resources which are free, both in physical or online. Internet searches, as you know, are your friend. You can find lots and lots of information and find out, other people who may have had the same ideas or similar ideas as you do. Go to your library. Use a librarian to help you find the things you're looking for. There's also many executive organizations, small business associations. Many of you have seen the Rotary Club sign. These are business people who meet together to talk about business, or retired executives. These people a lot of times are perfectly willing to give you advice and give you information. Do not be afraid to ask. The worst they can say is no. So now let's say you have an idea for a solution. You need to create a business plan. The business plan is going to show you how to get from where you are to where you want to be. It's like a map. Are you going to provide a service, or are you going to produce a product, or are you going to do both? How do you make money? This last one is very important because a lot of people come up with an open source idea or a free software idea. They work on it, they create it, and then they have no idea as to how they're actually going to make money from that idea or from that service. Who are your competitors? Why should somebody buy something from you as opposed to one of your competitors? Maybe you don't have all the functionality that your competitor has, but you can sell it at a lower price. That might be something that people would want to pay for. What is the scope of your sales area? Do you want to have it local? Do you want to have it in your state or in your country? And what is the cash flow? when are you actually going to start to be able to make money as revenue to help you keep your business going? To this business plan, you add a marketing and manufacturing plan. How do you tell people about your services or your product? How do you actually make it go out into the world if you have a physical product you have to manufacture? And the final point here on this slide, which may sound strange because we just started talking about your business, is what is your exit strategy? Do you want to do this for the rest of your life, or do you want to do it for a short period of time and then sell it off to a larger company and so you can go your merry way? The next thing you may want to think about is the licensing strategies, both for the software or the products that you're going to be using to produce your solution, and what you want to do as a licensing for your product. Now, most of you are familiar with closed source. Microsoft or Apple tends to be closed source type of strategies, but then we have open source or free software. These are licenses. The open source licenses give benefits to the developer. They tell the developer what they can do with the source code which they find. Free software gives benefits to the developer and to the end user customer. Free software guarantees that the end user customer has access to the parts of the product necessary to maintain it or improve it over time. This can be very valuable when positioned to an end user customer. Loosely coupled licensing means you may take various different types of licenses, closed source, open source, and free software, and mate them together into a total solution which you can then sell to your customer. Dual licensing means that you can give two different types of licenses to different people. To a small customer, you may make it free software, but to a larger customer who wants to redistribute your product, you might be able to give them a different type of license as long as you own the entire copyright. You also have to think about patents. And I know a lot of people in the free software space don't like patents. They don't like them at all. However, patents are useful to protect you from somebody else stealing your idea. So if you have an idea that's a very important idea, very radical idea, you may want to get a patent just to protect you from somebody else trying to patent your own idea later on. An alternative to that is that you publish what you're doing in a magazine or in a newspaper to give you protection from somebody else trying to take your idea from you. If this is a very fast, I apologize for that, but you can read more in a very good book called A Practical Guide to Open Source Software Licensing by Heather Meeker. The next thing you want to think about is, what is the organization of your company? Are you going to be a nonprofit? Believe it or not, you can have a very good living off of a nonprofit company. Nonprofits typically have some type of public good, and therefore the stakeholders of a nonprofit are the public itself. If you have a for-profit company, well, then you typically have shareholders, people who own parts of the company. And that could either be a sole owner, an individual, a partnership, two or more people, or a corporation, which is typically three or more people that own the company. One thing that's gotten some interest in the last few years is the concept of a cooperative, where the workers themselves, the employees themselves, may own the company, and they hire the managers and they hire the executives to run it. But they vote on what the company is going to do, where it's going to go, and how much money it's going to make, and where the money is going to go. You can also have a customer-owned cooperative, where the people that buy the goods and services are actually the ones who own the company, and they pay the employees and they pay the managers to run it. With all of these, if you have a company, a corporation, or even a nonprofit, you want to think about a board of directors. People can help you with ideas and maybe relationships of how you run your company. If you're not familiar with something called democratic socialism, which is an alternative to capitalism, I advise you to go and listen to Dr. Richard Wolff. He has a lot of free videos on the net at rdwolf.com. Start small at first. If you try and set up a large company from the very beginning, it can take a long time and cost a lot of money. You may never get to where you want to go. Think about a micro-entrepreneurship, a very small company with 1 to 2 people. Now, if you start off with a micro-entrepreneurship, you may find that you can use services rather than hiring a lot of employees to get started. The advantage of using a service like a consultant or an engineer that you hire, but only for a particular part of the project, is that you don't have to pay them afterwards. You hire them for the time that their services are needed, and then you can let them go. This is, especially in a lot of countries that have very strict labor laws, this is a good thing to do. You can then create a prototype, and this is where free and open source software and hardware really shines. You can go out to various places on the net. You can find the software necessary to create your prototype, and then you can put that together. Try and use as standard a programming as possible so that you can move your software from different hardware and different operating systems for portability. Understand how free and open source software licenses work and how they go together. Using these, you can create a prototype of your solution and then test that prototype with potential customers. Get together a small group of customers that you think are representative of the customers you're going to have, and then get them to sign a confidentiality statement so that you can test it out with them and they can tell you how they would like to see it changed to make a final product. If you go out to the different free culture repositories like SourceForge or GitHub or GitLab, you'll find that there's over 430,000 different projects out there generated by 2.6 million developers. And the thing is, a lot of people say, well, Mad Dog had been out there and a lot of those projects are dead or they're duplicates of each other or things like that. Well, even if half of them are dead, that means there's still 215,000 different projects that you can choose to help to produce your solution. And speaking of the Gets and SourceForge, these are also a good place to start putting your own download areas for your own products, your own bug tracking and news areas and mailing lists so that people can find them as you move along in your project. What types of prototyping tools are out there? For example, databases, relational databases, object-oriented databases, flat databases, all different types of databases, or even just data structures. You don't need an entire database, particularly in an embedded system. There's geographical information software for doing mapping and handling geographical data that's free that you can just use. Office packages like LibreOffice, KOffice, all sorts of different office packages. And with free software and open source, you don't have to use the entire product. You may find something you say, gee, I like the way that particular product does that. Maybe it has a great spelling checker or something like that. You can take just that software out of the product, and as long as you obey the licensing, use that in your own. Graphical tools like GIMP for photo manipulation, Inkscape for vector graphics, Blender for 3D games and 3D movies, audio tools, CAD tools, the list goes on and on and on. Now, you've got your prototype started, you've got an idea of where you want to go, you can start to think about marketing and setting up the infrastructure of your company's marketing areas. Setting up your website, build it in a container or a VM, because you may want to start on a small server or maybe even buying some space or some computational power, and then transfer that later on to a larger server or service as needed. You don't want to have to reinvent your website every time you move. Use free and open source based customer management systems like Joomla or Drupal, and make it lightweight and fast. Not everybody has a 300 megabit per second download or gigabit per second download. They want to be able to get through your website, find what they want to very quickly. Don't pay money for songs or graphics or things like that, because there's plenty of free media that's out there on the net. All you have to do is obey the licensing for it. Social media, as you know, is your friend. The more you can get viral media out of it, the better. This is about the time you want to start thinking about crowdfunding, but think about it early. Don't wait till the last moment to start your crowdfunding project. It takes time to do that. And having a working prototype helps your crowdfunding immeasurably. Start to write articles and blogs about what you're doing. Better yet, find people who have a wide following and give them articles and blogs that they can publish themselves about your products. Attend conferences and give talks about your concepts and your ideas. Now, every once in a while, you do need some money, some capital to get going. And there's basically three major things of doing that. Angel investors are people who are early investors. They take high risk, but they expect to have fast payback on a high interest on their investment. They can, however, look at your plans and give you valuable input under non-disclosure about the ideas you have, the competitors you might have, and ways of doing things. The next group that comes along is venture capitalists, which I also call vulture capitalists. These people will give you larger amounts of money. They're typically in it for a longer period of time, but you can get into trouble with them. You need to get enough venture capital money to get your project through to the point where you are profitable, that you're making more revenue than you have expenses. Because if you run out of money, then the second round or third round of venture capital financing is where you may lose control of your company altogether. Another method that is very good for small companies is bond sales. Going to your friends and family and saying, instead of putting your money in a bank, buy a bond from me. I will show you how I'm going to run the company. Eventually, I will pay back the money that you gave me, along with better interest than you would get from the bank. Yes, they're going to take a risk, but the thing is, if you have a good idea, then you would be able to build your company and you would be able to pay it back and own your entire company after that. You wouldn't have stakeholders or shareholders. And finally, another way of raising capital is the crowdfunding model, Kickstart, Indiegogo, whatever. Good prototyping, good market research, and a short time to market from the time when you actually have your prototype to the time you can bring it into high volume lowers the amount of risk and lowers the amount of interest that an angel investor or venture capitalist would ask of you. Other types of compensations are also useful. Things like sweat equity, where people work for you because they believe that in the future you're going to give them a better reward. Token payments to board members. A lot of board members work for free. I actually work for free for the Linux Professional Institute because I believe in what they're doing. They can give you technical expertise for very small amounts of money. Again, working with consultants or people rather than employees of the company itself can be a good trade-off of expense versus time to market. Pardon me. And various countries have different types of labor laws that can make hiring real employees very arduous. So using consultants, using people that they're not really an employee of the company, but you're paying them for their time and experience is good. A commissioned sales force, one that is not paid a salary but is paid a percentage of whatever they sell, typically is the way to go because they're going to work very hard because they want to make a lot more money. So a commissioned sales force is a good way to go. You do not need a fancy office. Everybody should be able to work from home these days with good internet. If you need to meet investors or customers, you can either meet them in their own offices or you can go out to a restaurant or some other thing. There are all these things called incubators that can provide good services to you in the way of graphics arts or printers or things like that. You might go that route instead of having your own fancy office. Be frugal. Another type of infrastructure thing is trademarks and logos. Lawyers can be very, very expensive. So try and read as much and do as much in this area as you can. Plan for your own top-level domain or second-level domain. Make it memorable, but build all of your other services under that one TLD or SLD. Use as many free services from like Google or whatever. It can save you a lot of money in the initial stages of your company. But this, again, is why you need to build things on top of VM or on top of containers so that you can move them as you need to. Now we get into the hardware things. Many years ago, you had to spend millions of dollars for hardware, but these days you can get really powerful little computers for a very small amount of money that can build a product around those. If you need to create your own hardware, today's free tools like HiCAD or Spice or FreeCAD, all these other types of CAD software can help you build your own tools. Once you've designed your circuitry, you can go to a PCB foundry and they will make the PCB boards for you, or you can do wire wrapping or other types of hardware creation before you're set to go. So here's some examples of some products that you can make with free and open source software. Odoo is a point of sale and ERP system. When you go into McDonald's, the cash register is a point of sale system. If you go to the grocery store, they use a point of sale system. They scan in the barcodes, they weigh the vegetables and things. You can create a point of sale terminal that would normally sell for like $3,000 out of a Raspberry Pi or a Labrador, a single board computer, an LCD panel, and a few other devices. And you can sell that and support that and configure that for customers, for small business people. Kodi, most of you are familiar with, it is a multimedia system that goes into a lot of television, smart TVs like Samsung and everything. You can actually build a multimedia system from Kodi. You can attach a webcam on it and also make it a security system. You can run IoT software from it. And you can sell this and support this for your customers. Here's an example of Kodi as a multimedia system, just adding a simple set of speakers, but you could have a 5.1 or 7.1 system hooked up to that. You can see the little single board computer on the back of the LCD panel. Freedom Box is a very secure little server for your most precious data. Do not store your stuff in Google and Amazon or whatever. Store it on a home system made up of a Raspberry Pi or a single board computer running Freedom Box software. It's very easy to set it up, but still people would like to have help in setting it up and configuring it to do whatever they want to. So in summary, plan, and execute. Don't be afraid to change the plan. It is not cast in stone. It is a guide. Be frugal. Save every penny you can, because frugality is next to godliness. Forget about the clean part. Use free and open source software or resources whenever possible to stretch the money. Do as much legal paperwork as you can. Don't be afraid to ask for help. And prototype, throw it away, prototype, test it, and produce. And with that, I will end the presentation, hopefully. And we'll go back to this. Okay. Well, I hope so. I hope that there's going to be more open source computers. There are a lot of open hardware projects already that people have there. I would like to see some more. I am pressing right now the concept of FPGAs so that people can create their own circuitry and change it over time. So instead of using a GPU, you could use an FPGA and program it yourself. So I think there will be more open source computers, particularly as people become used to doing the work and sending it out to a fab plant. Okay. The problem with social networks is that you have to have enough of a base of people to be able to make them social. And one of the things that happened with Facebook was, through luck or skill or whatever, there was enough people that went on to Facebook to create a mass of people. There was, if you perhaps you remember, one called Orchid, which was used quite a bit in Brazil, and a huge number of people were on that. But over time, a lot of those people just migrated to Facebook and left Orchid behind. I think the problem here is we need to get people to understand the need for privacy and security and things like that, and to really not like how their data is being used. So I'm a great believer in open source everything, particularly when you want to be able to look at the code and figure out where your data is going and what is being done with it. But in the end, it's whether or not your group of people are going to be using that particular social network. Possible, yes. I think for a lot of people, it would be the end user. Does the end user demand that they get the source code for the product? However, that's going to take a lot of demand. It has to get people to understand what is the benefit of open source. I have in my desk about 50 small computers that the company that brought them out no longer was interested in them, and I can't use them anymore because some portion of the code was closed source. So people have to understand the benefits of free software, and I'm going to say free software versus open source, because in open source, you can see the source code that maybe made the product, but do you have the tools to be able to take that source code and turn it into the actual ones and zeros that run on that product or not? If you don't, then that product is just as closed in reality as closed source. So, people ask me sometimes about the security of free software versus the security of closed source. And there is no such thing as secure software. Because if being closed was what made software secure, then Microsoft would have the most secure software on the face of the earth. And we know that's not true. I think the real issue around security is how fast can you fix it when you do find the bug, when you do recognize the hole in security. And if you have, for example, an old computer that used to run Windows XP, you're not going to get that bug fix anymore. Even if you know what the problem is, you're not going to be able to apply the bug fix. And so that is more insecure than an old Linux system that you might be able to take the source code for that, fix it, and have the system continue running. We have to train people and make them know what this is. I think that most people don't really care about whether their software is open source or not, because they're consumers. So one of the most interesting things was what happened when Apple stopped being a computer company and started being a consumer company. They said, okay, we're gonna start making computers not for the office anymore, although people use Apple computers in the office. We're going to make computers for the homeowner. We're going to make computers for the fashion accessory. And so a lot of people using Apple computers, they could be using tin cans with a string. They don't care as long as it solves their problem, and they can brag about using Apple computers. So, people don't understand the issues around security, privacy, and that fact that there are bad actors out there. There are people who would use your data against you, and you have no way of telling where that data is going. I have written about why my name is Mad Dog many times. It's out on the net. I will shorten it up to this issue. When I was 27 years of age, I didn't have as much control over my temper as I do at the age of almost 70. And I would sometimes get angry with people and I would lose my temper. And later on, I found out that when I lose my temper, I lose the argument. Because if you lose your temper, then the conversation stops. So my students one time heard me in one of these really bad arguments, and they said, oh my gosh, this argument is too hot for Mad Dogs and Englishmen. Well, it so happened that the person I was arguing with was my dean of instruction, who was British. And since he was the Englishman, I was the Mad Dog. Years later, I realized my mistake. And so I have made a commitment to never losing my temper, ever. I still have the temper. I can still feel it inside of me, but I don't lose it. Instead, I make other people lose their temper, and then they lose the argument. I keep the name to remind me not to lose the temper. Another question? Well, free software and open source allows people that don't have a lot of money to be able to use technology. When I started programming, to do any type of programming, you had to spend $750,000, $100,000 just to buy one machine. Today, you can buy a Raspberry Pi, or you can go out and get a used system that maybe somebody's even throwing out, put Linux on it, and start to learn or start to produce whatever your product is, whatever your solution is. The internet, for the people that have access to the internet, is a wonderful training and learning tool. And you can trade off the paying for information and stuff for being able to filter through what is good and bad. That's one problem the internet has. A lot of times you can get bad information or incorrect information. But if you spend enough time, you can think through that and be able to choose the right information. It's not just open source software, but it's also the drop in price of hardware. It's open source culture in general. And a lot of people in the open source space are willing to share their ideas and their thoughts and their training and their information with you for free. So I think that that's very good for helping diversity. When I first started coming to Campus Party about 15 years ago or so, there about 90% or 95% of the people were male. And then I noticed that after a short time, the males would start bringing their girlfriends. And then after a while, girlfriends would start showing up with their girlfriends. And then their girlfriends would bring their boyfriends. And so we started to have a much more diverse group of people at Campus Party. And I think the Campus Party has done a very good job at trying to bring more women into technology, be very race free, to try and bring more people, to be more diversity into technology. And I have to compliment them on that. Okay, I'm told my time is up, so thank you very much for coming, and I hope that I helped people think about starting their own business. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm flying a little bit blind here because I can't see me in this application, but I want to start by introducing myself. I hope that I have gone live. My name is Rebecca Costa, and I am a sociobiologist and expert on fast adaptation in high failure rate environments. I'm also a technology futurist. I don't know how I got the title futurist, but I suppose if you are capable of putting enough data together and projecting what the next occurrence is likely to be, you get that label pretty quickly. I hope that you are all safe and well, and that those that you love and care for are well as well, and that you are following the guidelines for COVID that have been issued by your individual governments and particularly your local governments. It's, as everybody knows, this is changing in real time, and so it's important to stay current with the news and whatever the new guidelines are. I've titled my presentation today, COVID-19, a lesson in fast adaptation. I think it really should be called Ready for Anything. It occurs to me that we've been here before. Maybe not COVID-19, but the elements which compose a major sea change or any kind of disruption like this tend to be the same. So we can learn the same things from COVID-19, the dot-com and subprime mortgage financial crises, a dangerous climate event, or the unexpected collapse of a nation's currency, or even a violent terrorist attack. they all contain pretty much the same elements. Now, I know that sounds like a crazy person talking, because crazy people tend to put a lot of things together and observe a pattern, which is, of course, ridiculous. But in this particular case, it holds true, because just about the time complexity is skyrocketing, the amount of relevant data that we have and the time we have to make a decision is going down. So we have this inverse relationship that occurs, and it happens all at once, and we don't know what exactly is happening or how to make a decision in such an environment. So on the complexity side, you've got the velocity of change, the urgency of making a decision. There are new demands and a new variety of demands. There's new data sources. The number and the mix of stakeholders changes and gets bigger. The costs rise, the opportunity for risk and failure increases. So do over-reliance on unproven beliefs and opinions. Our emotions, our reactivity is up. But on the positive side, innovation and creativity goes up. Teamwork and collaboration with partners we didn't collaborate before suddenly starts to occur. And the speed of implementation, of course, really starts to go a lot faster. On the data and time decrease, we lose our ability to have any deliberation or planning. We can't really test the veracity of any data or its reliability. There's no more testing or proof of concept. Approvals go away. Optimization goes away. Income and resources go down. The historical relevance of data that we've accumulated over a long period of time kind of becomes irrelevant. We need real-time data. Safety goes down, and of course, leadership, the strength of leadership really goes down. But on the positive side, we lose bureaucracy. You'll notice in the United States, all these steps that you have to go through to get approval by the Food and Drug Administration just went by the wayside, and all of a sudden we could shortcut approvals. Competition goes down because there's much more collaboration. And of course, the amount of time it takes to make a decision has to be compressed. According to Carly Fiorina, who's the former CEO of Hewlett Packard, we're navigating a thicket of complexity. So what happens? You know, what are the levels that we go through when we face a disruption like COVID-19? Well, level one is there's disbelief, denial, delay, and a complete misunderstanding of what exponentiation is. Then level two is there's a rush to act with very little verifiable data, and there's forced collaboration. Level three is there's a double down on actions which show any kind of early effectiveness. Level four, which is where we are now with COVID-19, is that we start to refine our analytics and our priorities based on whatever real new data is coming in. Level five is we begin to optimize and maximize our response. Level six is we institutionalize the successes for future readiness. And level seven is we develop a forward-facing, predaptive culture that is not reactive, but is predaptive, which is basically getting out ahead of the problem before it occurs. Level one, let's talk about level one for a minute. It's disbelief, denial, delay, and misunderstanding of exponentiation. I give this question to a number of executives, and I have to smile because they're such evolved linear thinkers. The vast majority of them get it wrong. So, and the reason we get it wrong is because our brains have evolved to solve problems in a linear fashion. So let's take this example. There's a beautiful pond. It's like paradise. And on day one, there's one lily pad in the pond. And every day, the number of lily pads is going to double. So on day one, it's one. On day two, it's two. Day three, there'll be four. Day four, there'll be 8. And it goes like that. Now, it so happens on this particular pond, on day 36, the pond is going to be completely covered with lily pads. And it's going to go into an ecological meltdown because it's going to starve out some of the other life forms that depend on the pond. So here's my question. On what day is the pond only half full of lily pads? Well, if you're an evolved linear thinker, the pond is completely covered on day 36. So when I asked you on what day is the pond half full, you take half of 36, which is 18, and you say the pond is half full on day 18. And we have 18 days to solve the problem and prevent it from going into an ecological meltdown. But here's the deal. If the number of lily pads is doubling every day, the correct answer is the pond is half full on day 35. Just one day before day 36, 24 hours before we have a crisis on our hands, not 18 days. So whether it's a fast-moving pandemic like COVID-19 or a financial crisis or a terrorist attack, we have far less time than we think. We think we have 18 days when in fact we may only have 24 hours. And this leads to level 2, which is a rush to act with very little verifiable data and forced collaboration. When exponentiation meets with complexity, the ground beneath our feet begins to shift. We don't know what's up. And in a complex environment, there are many more wrong choices than there are a number of right ones. And the number of wrong options, wrong ways to go, is exponentially growing by the minute. So our odds of picking the right solution, the right course of action are very poor and are getting increasingly poor. Instead of looking for a needle in a haystack, we're suddenly overnight looking for one particular needle in stacks of needles. There are many symptoms which occur when complexity begins exponentiating. One is the dilemma of overchoice. Too many options is the same as having none. You can't pick. Paralysis by analysis. When do we stop analyzing and trying to optimize and we act? There's a confusion between what is an empirical fact and what's an unproven belief and an opinion. People become failure avoidant. We start to become very fear-based, and this causes great delays that are very critical. HIPPO, you might have heard HIPPO, the highest paid person's opinion in the room suddenly wins for no other reason. And then lastly, institutional resistance. We have a Pavlovian tendency to continue doing what was previously successful, even though it's not exactly working well and sometimes won't work in the future, and we already know that. So with so many options and so little data and time, how do we decide in the middle of a crisis? Well, we don't. That's the answer. We don't. Now, I've written about 12 principles of fast adaptation that determine success in nature and also work for societies, organizations, and individuals. Today, I'm not going to have time to go through these, but I am going to focus on one that has been very, very important in the COVID crisis. Any drive toward singularity is a drive toward extinction. Many people say, I don't know what a high failure rate, environment is. Well, you probably do, and you just haven't called it that. Those are a lot of words, and not a lot of people refer to it. My dad used to laugh and say, when you introduce yourself, you might not want to tell people what your specialty is, because I've noticed people move away from you at cocktail parties. That was probably some really good advice. The fact is, if you have a financial portfolio, you're already operating and using one of the key principles that's an essential adaptive strategy in a high failure rate environment. You haven't put all your money in one stock. You've bought stocks and bonds and ETFs and all kinds of instruments so that when one thing goes up, another goes down, you at least will stay even, if not on the positive side. When there isn't sufficient data to optimize decision-making, we have to open up the funnel. We have to stop trying to choose the right course and the right pathway on the front end. In other words, we have to become a venture capitalist. Venture capitalists don't try to pick one company to invest in. They look at a category and they might invest in 20 or 30 companies, but they have very clear points of triage. They basically say, all right, we're going to get into 3D printing or robotics or AI or quantum computing or blockchain technology. Doesn't matter. They'll go in and they'll find 4 or 5 or 20 or 30 of the best companies in that category and then monitor their progress. Very few get through to round 2 funding, and even fewer get to round 3 funding. So when we're looking for solutions, we have to look at a very wide variety of solutions and then monitor their progress as we go. Now, how does this apply? Well, there are two types of innovation and responses. Some are market-driven. Those can be developed immediately and instituted immediately because they don't require any education. If people say shelter in place, don't leave your house, we already know what a house is. We know what don't leave is. It doesn't have to be explained. Then there are moonshots. These are slow development. They generally require some regulatory approvals. They have undetermined schedules and outcomes. They require higher investment. They have a higher failure rate. But they also command higher margins for organizations. They tend to cannibalize an older product or a service. They represent a preemptive strike against a danger. Let's look at how the US government's diversified response to COVID-19 worked. What were their market-driven responses? Well, they said social distancing, shelter in place, task force, check your temperature, wash your hands, masks and gloves, disinfecting surfaces. They evoked the Defense Production Act. They called for volunteerism, hydroxychloroquine, convalescent plasma therapy, remdesivir, drive-through testing. They closed public institutions. They closed air travel. They instituted a CARES protection program, supplemental unemployment, a food assistance program, SBA small business loans, state and local government assistance, local suspension of evictions. They moved the IRS federal tax deadline. They had daily press conferences. They did a lot of things, not knowing what would work. They weren't really sure all of it would work. And let's look at the moonshots, the longer plays, the more important plays, vaccine development, fast and easy economical testing that people might be able to do at home, new treatments and pharmaceuticals. These are things that are high investment, high risk, and take a longer period of time. So now we've been through this for several months. 4 or 5 months later, what have we discovered? We've discovered, well, disinfecting surfaces doesn't really have as big a payoff as we thought. Hydroxychloroquine doesn't work. The call for volunteerism, it worked for a couple of weeks and people got impatient and started leaving their houses without masks. And so now you see local, state, and federal governments stepping in and making things mandatory again because the volunteerism didn't work. And we'll know over time as all of these market-driven responses give us more real-time data, we'll know more about what worked and what really didn't pay off at all. Let me say one thing about opening that funnel and trying many things at one time and then monitoring them to see what works. Even the best venture capitalists only expect maybe 10, 15, 20% on an excellent year of their investments to pay off. But the wins are so significant, they more than compensate for the losses. So you can't back away from failure. That said, not every type of failure is the right kind of failure. There, according to Dr. Yammer Hunt, there are 6 types of failure, only 2 of which help you to advance and to progress. Abject failure is the worst kind. That's kind of like mortgage-backed securities, Theranos, where the mistake that you've made has done you in. Don't bother you never come back from it. There's structural failure. It cuts deeply, but there's no permanent damage. Windows Vista is a good example of that. There's glorious failure. The best example of that is the Jamaican bobsled team. They didn't expect to win the bobsledding competition in the Olympics, but they sure had a great time failing. And then there's common failure, everyday failures. You're late to a meeting, you forget to pick up dry cleaning. It's really innocuous. But there are 2 types of failure that are very important toward moving toward progress. And that is version failure, small failures which lead to incremental improvements over time, and predicted failure. And that's things like prototyping. So using those 2 failures as a guideline, fail early and fail often, is really the motto for what you need to do when you're under fire, historical data is not very useful, and you don't have enough real-time data, and the real-time data that you have cannot be verifiable. Now, due to limited time, I can't look at all the levels today, but I want to take a few moments, just a few moments, to talk about the ultimate solution to COVID-19 and other future disruptors, which is level 7. So if you've been paying attention, I'm jumping from levels 1 and 2 straight to level 7 because it represents our future. And that is to develop a forward-facing, predaptive culture. What I've been talking to you about to this point is strategy. It's what you can do. It's actions that you can take. But Peter Drucker said it best: culture eats strategy for lunch. You need a cultural revolution in terms of your strategic thinking in order to get on top of these problems so that you're not buried by them. And when it comes to fast adaptation in a crisis situation and any kind of hope of innovation, institutional resistance is the biggest obstacle. And there are reasons that good ideas get turned down and innovative ideas get turned down, and future thinking precautions get turned down inside of corporations. We are Pavlovian by nature. We are designed in our DNA to repeat the things that previously made us successful, even when they stop working and won't work in the future. But one of the technologies, and there are many of them, that is changing that is artificial intelligence, predictive analytics, and many, many other technologies are allowing us to see what the outcomes of our actions are going to be so that we can get out ahead of disruptive change and not get buried by it. In other words, instead of trying to adapt on the fly really quickly with very little information to guide us, we can predapt. What is adaptation? It's adjusting to a new condition during or after the change has occurred, but predaptation is preemptive. It's to quash, alter, or lessen an undesirable outcome and to leverage future opportunities by adapting before the change has occurred. So if we know what's coming, why not just get out ahead of it? The truth is we know more about the future than any other time in human history. Used to be a couple of years ago, you didn't know if a pregnant woman was having a boy or a girl. Today, with 100% certainty, we can tell you the gender of the child. And there are a number of cars that will look out ahead and anticipate that you might hit another car or an object and stop the car on your behalf. In fact, the MKZ Lincoln even has an algorithm that knows that you tap the brakes differently when you're falling asleep than you do in a parking lot. And because it knows that you're falling asleep, it will alert you and ask you to pull over and get some rest. Genetic testing is predaptive. There's so many dangerous physiological conditions that we can test infants for. And in many cases, through genetic engineering, we can head off those diseases from ever occurring. And if you are a science nerd like myself, you know that the GOES next generation weather satellites were launched just a year ago that are giving us 4 times resolution. They're 5 times faster. And so our weather predictions for dangerous rains and flooding and tsunamis are all getting much, much better. In fact, I like to make this bet with people that I can predict that an elderly person is going to trip and fall within the next 3 weeks with about an 86% accuracy. And the reason for that is because we've now discovered that there's a 3 to 5 centimeter per second change in a person's normal walking gait. We didn't know that before, and it's indiscernible by the human eye. But this happens before you fall. And so if that changes, you know, just imagine a Fitbit type of device on your grandmother or your mother's ankle that says, hey, your walking gait has changed. You need to get into physical therapy of some type. We could send an alert to their phone saying, stay off of uneven surfaces. We could alert caretakers because in many cases for the elderly, once they take that fall, that means they're permanently in assisted living. And, no one wants to leave their home. Nobody at any age wants to give up their home and go into assisted living. It's estimated that this technology alone, by preventing people from falling, will allow people to stay in their homes as much as 3 to 5 years longer. And we also know other kinds of data that would allow us to take preventative action and head off catastrophes. For example, we know what the danger words are. They're linked to physical pain, depression, suicide, mass violence, heart disease, diabetes. They are these words. When these words begin to show up, there's a problem. But we also know well-being words. We know the words that are linked to happiness and thriving and productivity and health. And it's not a secret. We know what those words are. So every minute of every day, we are growing much more precise at predicting future events, outcomes, and what those demands might be. And that foresight means preemption. It means not having to go through what we're going through right now. So in conclusion, the highest instrument of our evolutionary inheritance is our ability to preview future outcomes and then do something in the present to avert a danger or to get on top of an opportunity. It's taken millions of years for the frontal cortex to develop. It represents a third of our brain. But the wonderful thing, the wonderful capability that the frontal cortex has is its ability to imagine and to take data and to look at the future and then say, we don't need to go there. I'm going to do something prophylactically to prevent a crisis or a disaster. These predaptive technologies are offering us the unprecedented opportunity in all of human history to act before the fact. So let's move as quickly as possible together to level 7 and beyond. I'm going to stop here, and I believe that they are going to feed me questions. This is a new format for me, so I hope you'll all be patient. So in the few moments while we're waiting for questions, I'm not sure if I've created a technical problem that doesn't allow the questions to come through. And if I have, I'm very, very sorry. If you do have questions, you can go to my website, which is www.RebeccaCosta.com. That's REBECCACOSTA.com. And I think if you, even if you don't have a question, if you want to get the most current and accurate information about COVID-19, I am in touch with over 190 scientists around the world. You can go to our website and we will periodically post updates. Particularly, I'm particularly sensitive to updates when the media might be misrepresenting things. Or in the press conferences, there might be something confusing there. I will take the time to go back and explain what that really means. But there's a great, if you're interested in how problems tend to exponentiate and what that means and how to not allow them to exponentiate, there's a great article on the landing page for, again, it's www.RebeccaCosta.com. Well, I understand that I can't really see questions in this format, so I'm going to go sign off the way that I introduced myself. I'm Rebecca Costa, and I'm a sociobiologist and also a technology futurist, but mostly I am a concerned citizen, and I am hoping that each and every one of you who has listened to this broadcast are well and taking care of those you love and even those that you don't know. So thank you so much for joining me today.
Olá, pessoal. Tudo bem? Como estão? Espero que estejam curtindo essa campus, espero que estejam se divertindo com a campus. A campus é sempre um lugar muito divertido. A gente está vivenciando uma campus muito diferente esse ano. Eu até vi outro dia o Tonico comentando que falta o abraço, falta a proximidade, mas obviamente a gente está aqui para tentar expandir num momento tão delicado da sociedade, do mundo, uma mensagem legal e trazer um recado importante para todo mundo que está aqui nos acompanhando. Né? Acompanhe um pouquinho da Rebeca aqui contando os estudos dela. Bacana entender a forma e visão de outros locais, né? Mas agora a gente vai trazer uma visão muito sobre como é que a gente pode usar dados para transformar o mundo num lugar melhor, né? Como é que a gente potencializa ou aperfeiçoa o que a gente faz através da informação, ou através da tecnologia da informação e dos dados, né? Então, eu vou dar uma mergulhada agora nesse universo junto com vocês, nesses próximos 30 minutos que vocês vão estar comigo aqui. E é um prazer estar aqui nessa campus global, falando para tanta gente aqui conectada e tanta gente legal nesse espaço aqui, tá? Deixa eu já agradecer, porque no final acaba ficando corrido, o convite do Tonico, o convite do Paco e o time de apoio, Giacomo, aqui por trás também. Então, acho que é super importante esse pessoal que está fazendo, esse time que está fazendo tudo isso acontecer. Para quem não me conhece, meu nome é Ricardo Capra, como vocês já perceberam, eu sou brasileiro, né? Então falando, vou fazer essa palestra em português, os slides vão estar aqui em inglês para acompanhar, mas vou fazer essa palestra em português por, obviamente, ter trazido um conteúdo bem específico para isso. Eu sou um cientista de dados, a gente, no meu dia a dia, eu lidero um time de ciência de dados, então eu estudo dados para transformar isso em informação mais qualificada, organizada e visual para apoiar processos de tomada de decisão. Faz um bom tempo que eu faço isso, para ser mais objetivo, o Capra Institute, o Capra Lab, a empresa Capra existe já há 22 anos, é uma empresa que nasceu lá em 1999, né? Então a gente está aí chegando num patamar bem importante e a gente é um laboratório de ciência de dados. O que a gente faz é pesquisar esse universo de Big Data, criar metodologias para que a ciência de dados seja mais fácil e mais prática de usar dentro de negócios. E, em cima disso, coloca uma camada de acelerar a cultura analítica de organizações e da sociedade. Então, a gente cria instrumentos para acelerar a adoção de tecnologia da informação e a cultura analítica da sociedade de uma forma geral. O que eu vou trazer para vocês é muito disso, é como que a gente ajuda a modelar e moldar um futuro mais analítico. Muito do que eu vou trazer para vocês faz parte dos estudos dos nossos grupos de pesquisa, nossos analistas e cientistas que estão espalhados pelo mundo. Então, eu vou trazer isso decodificado. É importante comentar que os nossos métodos que a gente vai trazer e contar um pouquinho aqui, eles são usados em empresas de todo mundo. A gente tem clientes em todo mundo, desde passando por Google, governo americano, Banco Mundial, Unilever Global, Rede Globo, que está em vários países aí também, né? Embev, Gerdau, Santander. Então, são empresas que a gente atende no nível global e o que a gente ajuda eles a fazer, o que a gente leva como mentalidade é torturar os dados até que confesse alguma coisa importante. Então, isso que vocês estão vendo é um dos nossos laboratórios. Nós temos alguns laboratórios espalhados pelo mundo dentro de clientes ou em espaços próprios para ficar analisando e construindo soluções através dos dados. Essa aqui, que vocês estão vendo especificamente, fica em São Paulo. Para quem é do Brasil, está nos acompanhando aqui, né? A gente tem no Rio Grande do Sul, em Porto Alegre, para ser mais específico, uma casa de cultura analítica. Um espaço desenhado para poder experimentar a questão de cultura analítica, tanto para crianças, adultos, idosos. A gente tem um espaço dedicado para isso. Obviamente, a gente está num momento delicado, então a casa, nesse momento, está com as portas fechadas, mas assim que abrir, podem acompanhar pelo site, vai ser fácil de acompanhar tudo isso, tá? Bom, o que eu trouxe de conteúdo para essa nossa conversa aqui? Bom, a gente primeiro... e isso não é uma novidade, mas sim para trazer como isso acontece, a gente precisa entender que dados é uma fonte de poder. essa fonte de poder, esse material que a gente tem à disposição, ele tem uma característica muito interessante, tá? Porque ele é um material que, diferente de outras matérias-primas, ele está num crescimento absurdo. Cada vez, cada dia, a gente tem mais dados disponíveis no mundo. Todos os dias cresce o volume de dados absurdamente no mundo. Existia uma expectativa, e essa aqui é uma pesquisa do IDC, tá? Que trouxe que até 2025 a gente ia chegar em 163 zettabytes de dados. Então, zettabyte é uma nova forma da gente olhar para a informação. Ele é um volume de informação que a gente não está acostumado e nunca viu antes. A gente já está falando em processamento quântico para poder lidar com tanta informação, então a gente já não vai lidar mais da forma mecânica que a gente lidava, e a gente vai lidar de uma forma muito mais... Vai precisar passar para servidores e máquinas e computadores de processamento quântico, mas tem uma informação nova aqui no meio, e está bem no meio do nosso gráfico, que esta informação era pré-pandemia. Nesse cenário que a gente está vivendo de pandemia, se estima que a gente está puxando essa régua para 2021. Provavelmente agora em 2021 a gente estará chegando aos 163 zettabytes por essa necessidade que existiu de uma adoção tecnológica e digital por parte da sociedade. A gente teve que acelerar, muitas pessoas entraram dentro desse mundo digital de uma forma muito rápida, e isso acelerou o volume de dados disponível no mundo. Mas o que nos preocupa não é necessariamente o volume, porque o volume, a gente tem máquinas, sistemas de processamento, tecnologias que podem lidar com grandes volumes de dados. As máquinas podem fazer esse grande processamento. O problema é que a gente precisa ter regras e capacidade analítica para olhar para toda essa informação disponível. E aí vem um ponto importante. O próprio IDC já previa que lá em 2025 a gente ia chegar em 163 zettabytes, mas ele também dizia que em 2025, quando a gente atingisse esse volume de dados, a gente ia conseguir analisar somente 3% da informação, de toda a informação do mundo. Então, reparem, a gente tem um volume absurdo de dados no mundo, mas a gente tem uma capacidade de processamento finita. De análise finita. A gente tem o processamento, sim, a gente pode acelerar. A análise, ela depende do indivíduo, ela depende de uma mentalidade analítica que vai determinar regras de análise. Por mais que a gente esteja falando de modelos analíticos mais automáticos, de modelos de algoritmos de inteligência artificial, mesmo assim, a gente precisa de regras humanas para essas análises acontecerem. Então, sim, a gente está indo para um mundo cada vez mais conectado e com tecnologia analítica para nos ajudar no processo decisório. Nesse gráfico aqui, vocês podem ver que a nossa origem vem de análise através de relatórios, né, de reports. Então, a gente começou a fazer análises mais complexas, né, contínuas, e cruzar dados que antes a gente não cruzava. Então, a gente passou a monitorar a informação em tempo real. Então, a gente passou a olhar e observar a informação em tempo real. Então, empresas, organizações, governos, hoje têm sistemas de monitoramento para acompanhar em tempo real o que está acontecendo com os negócios e com a sociedade. Então, é possível hoje eu tomar uma decisão em tempo real. E essas regras do que eu aprendo quando eu estou monitorando a informação em tempo real fazem com que eu crie algoritmos e inteligência artificial melhor. Então, eu posso hoje aperfeiçoar a minha modelagem de construção de algoritmos e acelerar minhas regras para inteligência artificial graças ao volume de informação que eu estou conseguindo captar e aprender a partir disso. Então, o que a gente está vendo nesse gráfico é que só a gente precisa complementar esse bloco de informação, como a gente está vendo nesse gráfico. Então, ele é crescente, porque eu tenho que gerar conhecimento para os algoritmos e para a inteligência artificial. Como vocês podem ver, eu trouxe de novo o tracejado aqui de pós-pandemia e pré-pandemia. E o que a gente está vendo é que hoje a gente já acelerou o uso de novos recursos, tanto de algoritmos como de monitoramento de informação em tempo real, porque as empresas de tecnologia liberaram novos recursos para ajudar nesse momento que a gente está vivendo, tá? Então, o que a gente está chegando, o momento que a gente está chegando, é para um despertar de uma geração que vai ser mais analítica. A gente está vendo um despertar de uma próxima geração que ela vai vir mais analítica do que a geração anterior. As pessoas vão vir mais acostumadas a lidar com dados, vão estar mais preparadas para uma evolução e uma educação analítica. E isso a gente consegue perceber logo no início, até a forma que a gente recebe a informação no mundo hoje. Né? Quantas pessoas no mundo receberam este gráfico relacionado à pandemia? Né? Quantas pessoas no mundo receberam esta informação dizendo que a gente precisava juntos fazer um achatamento de uma curva, né, ou trabalhar para a curva ser menor, para que os sistemas de saúde globais tivessem, em cidades, né, mas globalmente, tivessem a capacidade de nos atender localmente. E esse gráfico foi disponibilizado para a sociedade diretamente. Antes isso era trabalhado nos bastidores e se comunicava de um outro jeito para a sociedade. Mas agora não. Infográficos, gráficos, dados estão chegando diretamente para toda a sociedade e todas as organizações. A gente não teve uma educação analítica adequada. A gente não foi preparado com um raciocínio lógico, a gente não foi preparado para usar matemática, estatística e tecnologia nos nossos processos de tomada de decisão. O design ele só apareceu para quem estudou especificamente isto. Tá? Então, o que a gente precisa entender e o que a gente precisa ver é que a gente precisa hoje ter um processo de desenvolvimento, uma linha de desenvolvimento de educação analítica mais completa. Isso, inclusive, aparece no livro do Hans Rosling, quando ele fala que a gente precisa se apropriar desse momento tão bom, ou nesse momento que a gente pode se apoiar em dados para tomar decisão. É libertador poder olhar para dados para tomar decisão, ao invés de tomar decisão baseada somente em feeling, tomar decisão baseada no que a gente acha. Então a gente está vivendo um momento muito especial. E esse momento que a gente está vivendo de informação, a gente só tem que despertar uma nova forma de pensar. Então, a gente já conhecia escolas de pensamento, tá, que destacavam o nosso pensamento, por exemplo, sistêmico. Tá? O pensamento sistêmico, ele basicamente é a gente ter uma maior capacidade de cruzar informações para tentar entender padrões, tentar entender as razões das coisas, tentar entender como as coisas acontecem. Quando o pensamento sistêmico, a escola de pensamento sistêmico, encontra um cruzamento, uma fusão com a escola computacional, de pensamento computacional, nasce o pensamento analítico. Porque o pensamento computacional, basicamente, ele potencializa a sociedade, as decisões da sociedade, através da tecnologia, da computação. Então, o pensamento sistêmico mais o pensamento computacional juntos geram um pensamento analítico, que é uma possibilidade de analisar a informação como nunca antes a gente fez. É claro que a gente, como sociedade, nessa evolução, precisa entender que, primeiro, a nossa maturidade analítica, a nossa maturidade data-driven passa primeiro por um momento de negação, né? Qual a melhor forma de eu ver os dados? Como que eu vou usar dados? Então, primeiro a gente, os dados não vão me ajudar. No segundo momento, ele passa por um processo de curiosidade. A gente começa a dizer assim, não, que curioso, essa informação que os dados estão mostrando. Até que a gente começa a testar o uso de dados no nosso dia a dia, começa a se sentir mais seguro tomando decisão em cima de dados, e até que em algum momento a gente se torna efetivamente num processo mais data-driven. A gente efetivamente usa data-driven como um processo do nosso dia a dia. É uma evolução analítica que está acontecendo em todo mundo. A gente, como sociedade, está passando por isso, e as organizações estão passando por esse mesmo momento de evolução analítica. É uma evolução que está acontecendo em todos os negócios. A evolução analítica dentro dos negócios aconteceu dentro de uma camada que a gente chamava de business intelligence, que era reportes, análises, dashboards, que ajudavam no dia a dia de tomada de decisão. E isso invadiu uma camada muito mais que hoje ajuda no processo de inovação, otimização, uma modelagem mais preditiva, criação de forecasting. A ciência de dados ela vem com uma camada mais olhando para o futuro, e de exploração. E aí que a gente começa a ver o potencial dos dados. Então, a gente vive nesse momento uma pandemia que está sendo monitorada e analisada em tempo real. A gente consegue hoje usar uma arma que é a ciência de dados, um recurso que são os dados, com uma camada de ciência para combater uma doença, um vírus, o que é esse que a gente está vivendo hoje dentro dessa pandemia. Então, a gente já consegue olhar, observar e analisar a evolução de um vírus e o comportamento de um vírus em tempo real. No momento que a gente passa a viver e ter informação para isso, nos possibilita ter uma tomada de decisão melhor. Isso nos leva para uma camada de decisão onde as ferramentas que a gente tem nos permitem hoje observar a informação em tempo real e decidir em tempo real. É a primeira vez na sociedade que a gente consegue fazer alguma coisa, na humanidade, que a gente consegue fazer alguma coisa desse tipo. Então, a gente está vivendo um momento que ele é muito duro com relação a um vírus que está atacando todo mundo, mas que, por outro lado, a gente tem uma camada de informação que a gente nunca teve antes para nos ajudar. Isso aqui que eu estou mostrando para vocês, tá, é um gráfico que mostra a disseminação do vírus dentro de uma zona de Singapura. Tá? Então, Singapura criou monitoramentos de informação do contágio do vírus do Covid lá, e isso fez com que eles pudessem observar o comportamento do vírus de uma forma diferente. Quando a gente olha a olho nu, sem investigar a informação, a gente só consegue ver um gráfico muito bonito, né? Na verdade, cada bolinha que vocês estão vendo aqui é um possível infectado ou um grupo de infectados. E quando eu dou destaque para a informação, eu consigo enxergar onde é que estão os grupos focais de disseminação da doença. Então, eu consigo fazer um plano de ação baseado numa informação que eu tenho em tempo real para conter a disseminação de um determinado vírus, para que me possibilite tomar ação para reter uma evolução de um vírus dentro de uma região. É claro que dentro do processo de tomada de decisão eu tenho informação disponível, mas tem muitos fatores envolvidos dentro dessa decisão. Então, obviamente, a gente, dentro dos nossos países, cidades, a gente pode ter algum ponto de crítica com relação ao que o governo está fazendo, o jeito que os líderes estão tomando decisão, mas a informação disponível está disponível para todos. A gente tem uma informação de muita qualidade. É óbvio que até nesse caso de Singapura, quando a gente começa a observar isso, a gente também tem que entender que dados, eles podem ser uma coisa muito perigosa também. Porque o que eu posso fazer com a informação? O que eu posso fazer com dados? Durante esta pandemia, aconteceu um processo que foi chamado de contact tracing. Contact tracing é um monitoramento da sociedade baseado nos seus dispositivos móveis, nos nossos dispositivos móveis, que estão gerando uma determinada informação que pode ser usada para nos monitorar ou entender o nosso comportamento como sociedade. O que eu quero dizer com isso? Isso saiu em vários locais de mídia, Google, Apple, disponibilizaram ferramentas para que a sociedade pudesse informar e usar isso. Mas existem níveis de contact tracing, ou seja, o que eu posso fazer com esses dados pode ir de uma forma muito apoio à sociedade, monitora uma informação, até um formato mais invasivo. Então, o que a gente precisa tomar cuidado, o que a gente precisa analisar, é como que a gente vai olhar para toda essa informação e tomar decisões melhores. Por exemplo, eu posso usar o contact tracing de uma forma muito anonimizada, onde eu estou usando um nível de exposição da sociedade baixo, mas eu posso identificar o indivíduo e até expor ele. Eu vou explicar cada um desses blocos aqui. Quando eu estou falando de uma forma anonimizada, imaginem via satélite, a gente coletando uma informação de circulação das pessoas, onde vocês estão vendo o sensor de calor com o mais vermelho, é onde existe mais concentração de pessoas. Eu não estou identificando aqui quem é o indivíduo, eu não estou identificando o ID dele, quem é esse indivíduo, quem ele é, mas eu vejo que existe uma maior concentração, uma maior aglomeração de pessoas nesse grupo. E isso permite que eu, como governo, tome ações, que líderes tomem ações para evitar isso no momento de um contágio de um vírus. Esse é um jeito, ele é o menos invasivo. A forma intermediária é a forma identificada. Então, como que funciona a forma identificada? Basicamente, eu consigo identificar quem são os indivíduos que estão gerando essa informação baseado nos seus dispositivos móveis. eu pego os dados dos dispositivos móveis e, baseado nesta informação, eu pego a localização dessas pessoas. O videozinho que eu estou mostrando para vocês vai chegar exatamente nesta parte, tá? Onde a gente vai mostrar que as pessoas são monitoradas e acompanham a evolução do vírus dentro dos seus dispositivos móveis. E, baseado no indivíduo, eu pego quem está em torno dele e digo quantas pessoas tem de distância dentro dele. Então, essa é uma forma que eu identifico um indivíduo e consigo ver em torno daquele indivíduo quantas pessoas têm o comportamento. Então, tem mais de 25 milhões de pessoas que estão sendo traqueadas e devices que estão sendo monitorados hoje no mundo, no modelo identificado, pode ser identificado. Lembrando, aqui eu tenho uma opção de eu entrar nesse serviço e fornecer meus dados. Então, a Apple e Google fizeram uma opção de, tu quer fornecer tua informação para proteger a sociedade? Então, essa é uma forma, ela tem uma de certa forma invasiva, mas ela é permissiva. Eu permito que coletem a minha informação, que eu disponibilize a informação. E tem um terceiro caso, que é o caso mais de exposição da informação, que ele tem uma efetividade até maior, mas ele pune nossas regras de privacidade como sociedade. A Singapura usou esses sistemas para poder identificar e expor quem eram as pessoas que tinham vírus, como uma rede social dizendo, esse indivíduo tem Covid-19. Então, eles publicaram isso dentro de um site, tomaram essa ação, recuaram, mas foi feito. O que essas tecnologias permitem? Elas permitem que eu monitore o comportamento do vírus dentro de uma rede, para entender qual pessoa está conectada com qual grupo de pessoas e nessas redes entender como que se dissemina o vírus. Eu consigo monitorar o comportamento desse vírus em tempo real e entender a probabilidade das pessoas que estão em torno dessa pessoa que tem o Covid-19 de terem um contágio é maior do que as pessoas que não têm contato com pessoas que estão com Covid. Então, é uma forma diferente. Então, o que foi feito é um plano de ação para entender quem são as pessoas infectadas, entender onde essas pessoas circulam, né, e quais as pessoas que têm maior probabilidade de serem infectadas pelo vírus ou não. Tanto no nível de cluster, quanto no nível de região. E com esse tipo de análise mais profunda, eu consigo criar um plano de ação dizendo essas pessoas são infectadas, têm o potencial de infectar, então tem que tomar ação de isolamento sobre esses indivíduos, porque eles têm o potencial de infectar outras pessoas dentro do mesmo grupo. Então, mantém esse outro grupo aqui na quarentena. Isso é um plano de ação estruturado para uma tomada de decisão usando dados para evitar a disseminação de um vírus em rede. Então, é um processo de investigação, um processo de criar uma camada de gestão do risco do vírus se espalhar e, obviamente, um processo de, a partir da classificação dessas pessoas, identificação dessas pessoas, gerenciar melhor como essas pessoas podem ficar dentro de uma zona de controle para evitar a disseminação de algo. Então, o que a gente precisa fazer é, entendendo, obviamente, os limites de privacidade, de controle da sociedade, que, obviamente, isso precisa ter regras, leis que protejam a sociedade, mas, ao mesmo tempo, entender que os dados podem ser uma forma de empoderar as melhores ideias do mundo, de dar mais poder para que as ideias ajudem a proteger a sociedade. Por exemplo, nesta primeira pandemia que a gente está vivendo, que é em tempo real, a gente viu, por exemplo, esse dashboard aqui, né, que foi muito utilizado durante todo o período da Johns Hopkins, né, que monitorou, foi usado por muitos países, por muitos pesquisadores. Eles abriram APIs para as informações poderem ser usadas abertamente, e isto fez com que o mundo tivesse uma qualidade de informação melhor sobre o vírus. Se não fosse informações e monitoramento de informações e coleta de dados, mesmo que públicos, mesmo que disponibilizados pela sociedade, para apoiar esse processo social, talvez o cenário pudesse ser muito pior. Se a gente não tivesse uma gestão da informação como a gente tem hoje, provavelmente a gente ia passar por esse vírus de um jeito muito mais catastrófico para o mundo, pelo formato dele e pelas características. Então, muitas atividades de retenção protegeram a sociedade. E esse é o potencial dos dados. A gente, claro, precisa entender ele como uma fonte de poder, precisa entender que ele pode ser uma coisa perigosa, mas como que a gente tira o melhor dos dados para nos ajudar dentro do protótipo? Como é que a gente potencializa as melhores ideias do mundo para a sociedade, para o mundo, para poder fazer isso acontecer? A gente sabe, e nesse momento está vivendo um momento muito digital do mundo. Se o presente é digital dessa forma, inevitavelmente o futuro vai ser cada vez mais analítico. A gente vai ter um futuro que vai ter pessoas, os nossos smartphones já carregam uma camada de analytics para a gente clicar e entender dados a partir de hoje. Nossos filhos, crianças nas nossas casas já estão olhando para uma camada de dados de um jeito diferente que a gente via até aqui. O meu recado é que a gente, encerrando aqui, tá? É que a gente tem uma camada de dados, uma camada de informação que hoje pode ajudar muito a sociedade e o mundo. Então, a gente pode usar os dados para potencializar as melhores decisões. O Giacomo me disse que a gente tem uma pergunta aqui. Então, vamos lá, Giacomo. Me conta o que é para a gente responder aqui para o público. Qual a pergunta que surgiu? A pergunta é qual a linguagem de programação que será a base desta nova geração? Linguagem R e Python está inclusa nessas ferramentas? Eu sempre tomo muito cuidado quando a gente vai falar de ferramentas, porque, na verdade, a mentalidade analítica é mais importante que a ferramenta. A linguagem de R para criação de modelos estatísticos, analíticos e potencialização de modelos mais complexos, e o Python para codificar isso e dar escala em tecnologia, são as ferramentas hoje no mundo que têm uma escala maior ou são mais utilizadas, sem dúvida nenhuma. Elas são as ferramentas mais utilizadas. Mas muito cuidado, porque amanhã pode surgir uma nova ferramenta, um novo recurso, uma nova disponibilidade de cruzamento. E o que a gente tem que fazer, a gente não pode estar limitado nos recursos instrumentais, ferramentas disponíveis. A gente tem que estar muito com o pensamento, com a mentalidade, com que tipo de descoberta eu posso fazer entre os dados e talvez o uso da ferramenta. A gente tem um portfólio de ferramentas lá que mostram 1 milhão de ferramentas disponíveis para a gente poder usar. A questão não é tanto o despertar da ferramenta, mas, sem dúvida, essas duas ferramentas, o R para modelagem de modelos complexos, modelagens matemáticas, modelagens estatísticas, e o Python para escala, processamento e codificação para isso, são algumas das mais utilizadas. Tá? Mais alguma pergunta, Giacomo? Capra, mas até 2025 será possível criar uma inteligência artificial que identifique todos esses databytes? Existe uma camada de analytics que está sendo potencializado, assim como a inteligência artificial está sendo aplicada em todos os negócios, dentro da área de dados também. Então, a gente vai sim conseguir processar e analisar a informação de uma forma muito mais rápida. Já existe uma parte do trabalho dos cientistas de dados já está sendo automatizada por modelos de inteligência artificial, modelos de algoritmos que substituem a tarefa repetitiva do cientista de dados para lidar com esse volume de dados. Então, sim, tá? Isso já está sendo acelerado. A gente estima que cerca de 40% das atividades de processamento de informação e análise de dados vão ser substituídos por escala de inteligência artificial. Tá? Isso, inclusive, está na minha próxima palestra que eu faço para o Brasil. Quem quiser acompanhar, logo mais aí, acompanha lá, que eu vou mostrar esse gráfico, inclusive, tá, gente? Gente, muito obrigado, agradeço a participação, as perguntas muito legais. Busquem formas de usar dados para o bem, encontrem formas para potencializar o uso de dados, e eu tenho certeza que a gente está num momento muito especial de usar os dados para potencializar decisões melhores para o mundo. Obrigado, acompanhe o evento, agora vem o Donald aí, e tenha um bom evento, uma continuidade aqui no evento. Um abraço.
Hi, this is Donald James from Pleasanton, California, and it's truly an honor to present to you at this year's campus party. You know, I had the pleasure of attending campus party events in Berlin and Mexico City, and like many others, I look forward to being together with you again in person. I'm grateful to Mr. Paco Recagales and Mr. Juan Negrillo for inviting me, and to my friend Giacomo and his colleagues for making this digital campus party possible. And I'm especially happy to all the people out there for your generous donations that will support a wonderful organization, Doctors Without Borders. I appreciate your generosity. So in thinking about the theme of rebooting the world, rebooting the earth for this year's event, I've been drawn to a question about rebooting education, which is my professional background. And I've been curious about this question about, can we really change education for good? Now, I've had the privilege of working for NASA, mostly in education. So the topic is near and dear to my heart. I confess that I am not a scholar of education, nor am I a licensed teacher, so please forgive me if I sound like either. So let's take a quick look at what happened. So what we find is that, you know, want to think about in education how the pandemic has affected our world. And it's really affected it globally, although it's affected different people differently. And I would like to provoke some thinking today about education in light of the pandemic, particularly on matters of social justice issues, and think about the possibilities. And looking at, so how do we plan for the future when we're not really sure what it is? Personally, I have many more questions than I have answers. In fact, I know I don't have answers. I have ideas and hypotheses and suggestions, and perhaps you do as well. The campus party community, especially the campuseros and all the amazing speakers and wonderful sponsors, is well known for accepting big challenges. So I hope many of you will focus your genius on education. In fact, physicist Calvin Mackey, with whom I've had the pleasure of meeting, a graduate of Morehouse College in Atlanta and Georgia Tech, once said, "Do not hide your genius." And so I invite all of you to please don't hide your genius when it comes to looking at the problems that we're facing. So after a brief look at what happened and considering where we go from here, I'd like to conclude with my favorite question that I learned from Rona Ramon. I had the privilege of meeting Mrs. Ramon. As you know, she was the widow of the first Israeli astronaut, Ilan Ramon. And Rona invited us not just to ask why we might do something, but she asked for what. And the implication is that we must have a reason that, as I would put it, to understand and advance the human condition. So I will speak a lot in generalities here, and with the obvious bias of my own culture and experience as a middle-class, Black, educated male citizen of the United States. We understand that a typical model for educating students typically has a teacher in front of a group of students who are approximately the same age. And this model has been the same in general for over 100 years. In fact, if you were to dig up a teacher from about 100 years ago and place her, and many times it was a woman, and put her in a classroom today, she might not be too shocked by what she sees. For sure, the technology has changed, but the setup is very similar. And we understand that the structure typically is that there's a beginning, student starts in pre-K or kindergarten, and then there's these various endings, or we call advancements or graduations, and you go through this process and then you go to work. Of course, I'm oversimplifying the model, but I think you get the point for the illustration purposes. And then, of course, we had the pandemic. And the pandemic unless you've been in a deep coma for the past 6 months and you know the entire planet experienced this event. And sometimes I say this is analogous to the asteroid that hit the Earth. Everyone is well aware that now the United States sadly stands alone at the top of this crisis. And you can see the data in the bottom from yesterday from the New York Times. So this impact has had a tremendous impact on education. And suddenly schools were immediately going into distance learning mode. Now, distance learning has been around for a while. This is nothing new. And so what I'm speaking of is the fact that most schools, all schools, had to figure out a way to deliver learning and education. But my colleagues at NASA, particularly my colleague, Dr. Shelley Canwright, was a pioneer in a lot of multimedia and distance learning tools for NASA. So it's nothing new, but now everybody has really had to jump into this. But what we've discovered is that in the United States particularly, the capabilities of the schools and the universities was quite uneven. Some were very well prepared and some were not prepared. And of course, it wasn't just the students and teachers that were impacted. It was very frustrating for parents, like the famous mother in Israel whose video went viral in a rant about her challenges at home. And you can see her quote here that, well, if we don't die of coronavirus, we're going to die of distance learning. So that prompted me to explore a little bit more about the different terms and distinctions that have been around for a while, but now we're all becoming much more familiar with them. We're learning about concepts of physical distancing and flattening the curve, and people are Zooming and Microsoft Teams. And exactly, what is distance learning, or is it online learning, or is it remote learning? And so my own review of the literature tells me that the concepts are in fact different. So we must become a bit more familiar with them in order to make sense of what is happening and what should happen. You can see on the chart that there's different tools. So in a more synchronous environment, that is where you're connected in real time like we are, that there's different tools. You can see we Zoom, we use Canvas in education systems, Blackboard, and there's others. And then for more asynchronous learning, where your communication and connection with the source of your information is not real time, books. Books are the original distance learning tool. If you think about it, television was used. We have YouTube and Khan Academy, things of that nature. I'm appreciative of Professor Scott Newstock at Rhodes University in Tennessee, who suggested that remote learning is perhaps best for training purposes, but he is not so sure it enables great education. And I tend to agree with him. Technology is great at providing instant information and global communication, but I don't think it means necessarily that learning will improve or for sure will become more equitable. And to make a point that the tools that we use should not be confused with instructional design. That is something done by trained educators and curriculum development people. So one model that has begun to emerge that you can imagine is a student-centric model. And you can see here a student who has access to teachers and peers, does self-learning, and also has access to experts from around the world. You see that the distance doesn't particularly matter because they can connect with a teacher in Japan or an expert in Israel or wherever they're connecting to. And the beauty, of course, is that the location and information is really irrelevant. However, to think about advanced work in education, it may be difficult to do field work, and even in a COVID world, I suppose it's possible to do field work with other humans, but there would be challenges, and you can imagine what some of these challenges are. So what I've been thinking about is, and I want to thank a friend of mine and colleague, Eric Niles at the Athenian School near where I live, about a different model for education, one that borrows on some traditional models. I call it challenge-centric. Now, in this illustration, a problem or a project-based model, or I call challenge-centric, it's a strategy that is actually well understood in education circles. I'm using the term challenge-centric to show a way of looking at the existential threats that we're facing today. And as you can see in the diagram on the right, advance public health to advance the cause of public health. Right now, we're grappling with the COVID problem, and then reversing global warming. These are potentially existential threats to all of humanity. And so we have other challenges as well, and I know other people have spoken at this conference about these issues, and it's well worth studying many of the things they talked about. And what you see around the different challenges are what I would call the toolkits. The toolkits are where the students must deeply engage and learn to use to apply to the different challenges. And I would call your attention to a couple of them, particularly justice and equity, where those are really inseparable in terms of addressing these challenges from the traditional disciplines that you would find in the humanities or the sciences or the math as well. And so it's the student themselves become, their aspiration is really in the mastery and the expertise of many of these areas as they look to address problems. And, you know, it's okay to have a particular discipline expertise, but I'm making an argument that it's equally as important to dive deeply into these other areas so that you don't have the silos. So by breaking down the silos of the traditional educational model, where you become a math expert of some sort, or a history expert, or a social justice expert, the student really must engage all of these domains to bear on the challenges. Moving towards a specialty at the expense of other disciplines, I believe is part of the problem. We become siloed. So in some cases, we think that, you know, the problem for certain challenges is for other people and that they have to address it. The chemist, for example, may look at the global warming issue through the lens of chemistry, and the social justice expert may propose policies that perhaps are inconsistent with the historical record or the sciences. The technologist or engineer might ask, so what problem do we need to solve here? Just give me the requirements and I'll go build something. And then we do all of this, and then we wonder why the poor people don't benefit from the solutions, or marginalized people don't benefit. We discover that they really weren't at the table in the first place to look at these things. So the aspiration of the student is to move towards mastery and expertise, not in one discipline, but in several, in a very connected, related, and integrated way. And it really suggests that this is a lifelong process with the possibility that current and future challenges can also be addressed with this way of thinking. So for the student, the notion of an end to her education, as in the traditional model, is really significantly diminished. Now, I want to turn my attention to this notion of STEM, because as someone who's been a leader in pushing the whole STEM idea, I'm here to say publicly that I think I may have been wrong about that. And I really started to think this way when a high school student asked me, what is the best college to go to where I can major in STEM? And I knew that we had overdone the whole STEM thing because, well, we managed to turn STEM into a thing. Now, yes, in the United States, you know, we were concerned about not having enough scientists and engineers and mathematicians. And this is partly why we have so many smart people from other countries who come to the US to work. Our companies badly needed the talent, and somehow they couldn't figure out to find them or to cultivate them here in the United States. So we at NASA wanted to do our part by using the aeronautics, science, and space programs to inspire more students, especially in the United States, to pursue STEM disciplines. So NASA and the country had a workforce to meet the growing demand and technical needs that NASA needs as well as the nation needs. So I don't know that the question is whether or not we were successful about STEM. My own conclusion is that it's mixed. And I'm here to tell you that I'm still trying, even though I have my reservations about some of the core strategies and the communications methods that we used. In fact, I hope you'll tune in to listen to my colleagues, John Hines and Dr. Marsha Maxwell later, to learn more details about some of the efforts that I'm working with them on, particularly with John's Hines Family Foundation, to really address and tackle some of the challenges of reaching underserved populations and underrepresented students. But I'm here to tell you that I do have questions and I do have doubts, and I hope you do as well, and I hope you will join me to grapple with the best way forward. You see, I don't think that after COVID is over, and God willing, it will be over, I don't think that with respect to education, we should go back to sort of the way it was. I think the toothpaste is really out of the tube now. And I suggest we need to create a way of thinking about education and what it means to know, to learn, and what it means to be educated. What I know for sure is that the big challenges we face, some like global warming and public health, may in fact force us to focus universally on these challenges. So when the asteroid is headed to the Earth, we must put all of our best minds to the task while asking ourselves, for what? So I really appreciate this chance to share some of these thoughts with you. I put up a couple of URLs that I really would invite you to explore more. I spent 35 years at NASA, and I'm very proud of many of the things we did there. At nasa.gov, you have access to a lot of information, things that you know that are happening currently as the agency is going back to the moon with the Artemis program. We know that Artemis was the twin sister of Apollo. We are also doing really cool things like sending a helicopter to fly around Mars, which is the first time that's ever happened on another celestial body. And this young lady in the picture, Vanessa Rupani, a student in Alabama, won the contest to name the helicopter. It's called Ingenuity. And so she participated, and forever in the history books, she will be associated with the first helicopter to fly on another planet. I'm also grateful for the ability to work with an amazing company called The Collaborative out of Boston, founded by two very smart people out of MIT. Collaborative is also working on many of the solutions of big challenges, specifically with cities and urban planning and transportation, as well as being a leader in education and communications. And I'm so proud to support my friend and fellow NASA retiree, John Hines, and his Hines Family Foundation, on which I have the privilege of serving. And please check out his presentation and Dr. Maxwell's as way. And please consider engaging with us as we support underserved students to design and build, as John likes to say, real space stuff. And please feel free to contact me as well. You see my website there, as well as my email. I welcome your ideas and thoughts or questions, and especially your ideas about the future of education. We cannot return to the way it was. We must go forward to the way it needs to be. And so I look forward to any questions you might have, and I look forward to hearing from you. Okay, I think we have a question. Could we be looking into a new way of learning for people who can't go to a traditional school or academy? How could that help to gain expertise for those people? Well, I think that's the challenge, that we're going to have to explore that. What I am convinced is that you can't just apply technology and assume that you're going to have good learning and equitable learning. It does require good instructional design and good teaching. And I think we're getting better at being able to do this when we're physically separated. But I'm old school. I think that I like to be there in person. You see, if I was talking to you at a campus party event in person, after the speech is over, I would engage with 3 or 4 people and I would learn some things from you. We would exchange business cards and do all kinds of things that I may not have the opportunity to do because we're far away. So we need to continue to explore this because we might be doing this again. So I appreciate the question. And also, I meant to say earlier that, we've had a tradition of homeschooling, which in a way is a different model for learning where parents and guardians are teaching their children in their very own home, and they're using lots of tools like Khan Academy and other tools to bring content in. But however, there's pros and cons to that when they're not around their peers, which is also part of the learning process. Well, thank you for the question. All right, I see that there's no more questions. Thank you very much to my colleagues and friends out there, and I do look forward to when we can get together again in person.
I'd like to thank you for joining us today at this awesome event, Campus Party Digital Edition, Reboot the World. Taken on its face, Reboot the World sounds like a very tall order. If we did this 6 months ago, even a year ago, we would be thinking, why? Life in all of its normalcy was just going fine, going great for most people. Our biggest problems revolved around simple things like basically our Starbucks mobile order pickup schedules or managing our Netflix binge watching. Fast forward to today, and we see that the majority of the world has been disrupted. We've been deprived of our natural freedoms to move about at will in public. We've lost the ability to determine how and even with whom we connect with. We've been forced to invite the world into our living spaces, our sanctuaries on a daily basis, invading our privacy and exposing our most intimate lives. We even have to think about the air that we're breathing, and more importantly, the people sharing our breathing spaces. In a sense, however, this pandemic has allowed the world to experience at a visceral level the plight of those countless millions, possibly billions around the world who lack these benefits that we consider normal on a daily basis. While we have lost some basic normal freedoms, we've been very fortunate to have a digital facsimile to fall back on. For education, we have our laptops or our tablets and high-speed internet connections to attend virtual school. For work, we've transitioned to Zoom or Meet or Teams to continue to earn money, which we then spend on Amazon or Instacart or Uber Eats or some other platform to get the necessities and also to satisfy our desires. And speaking of desires, for social interactions, we rely on a plethora of social media platforms to stay connected and informed during this crisis. So what's the problem? We're all right. Nothing to see here. Let's keep it moving. But there are billions of people who cannot and will not achieve even our COVID-19 version of normal. They have not had digital connections to study, to work, to play, or even to escape during this pandemic. Women, children, the poor, and people of color, even in the richest nations, have been disproportionately affected. The question then is why? In the past 10, 20, 30 years, billions, if not trillions of dollars have been spent creating opportunities for those less fortunate and less advantaged to catch up technologically. Various projects have been implemented to provide internet connections in rural areas. Funds have been allocated to introduce communities to 21st century education in STEM or STEAM or STREAM or whatever we're calling it today. So why has it failed? Today, I will share insights I've gained and gathered from over 20 some odd years of traveling the globe, living, observing, building, failing, and succeeding on projects involving furthering education and in particular educational technology and its reach. In honor of the big, question now in education surrounding the synchronous or asynchronous learning, I like to take an asynchronous path, jumping from experience to experience, regardless of the order in which I learned them. So hopefully these insights will help us to build a better model for education technology program development and also sustainability as we orchestrate this reboot. Now, our first stop today is Cambodia. Within a few months, I created a construct, planned and implemented my transfer to Siem Reap, Cambodia, with an idea about how I could modify a startup digital platform I'd worked on to provide tech jobs for people in this remote city while I worked on another project. Sounds good, right? Now, the question some of you may be asking is, or should be asking, is why? My answer then probably would have been, well, why not? On the surface, we could say with deep, sincere, heartfelt conviction, well, we have a service that has a very low overhead and that can allow people to earn maybe 2 or 3 times their normal monthly wages. So we pat ourselves on the back as we flew in Superman fashion to save the day. We were even finalists in a global competition for social development. But what were the results? In our case, it was an epic fail. Now, there's a famous question I've heard that actors should ask themselves when they're planning their roles. At least I heard this in a movie, so I'm going to run with it. And actors are meant to say, what is my motivation? Why am I doing? What is my character doing what it's doing? And that's similar for organizations. Most organizations don't ask themselves this question, or if they do, their answers, while seeming to be outwardly positive, are more self-serving. While I feel brave enough to say that my efforts were a failure, most firms will brand their efforts a success if they garner sufficient media coverage. The all-important photo op or the tax break. Just doing it is enough for them, but it's not enough. Our motivation has to focus on the wants and needs of the community we intend to serve, not on ourselves. Our program communities don't want a savior, they want a guide. Point of practice post-COVID, how do we measure success? By clicks and follows or by the community metrics? Our next stop is St. Petersburg, Russia. And here we have Kezia and Sabina, two young girls from the Roma community there. I met Kezia and Sabina under less than perfect circumstances on the streets of St. Petersburg one winter. And over the 6 months I lived and worked there, I would run into these girls from time to time, and I had a chance to develop a rudimentary friendship given their zero English and my Tarzan-like Russian. As I reflect on my time with their community, I can see parallels between their experiences and those of similarly displaced groups of people I've had the privilege of working with, such as Syrian refugees in Turkey or other Roma groups, and also children of the undocumented here in the US. It's easy for us to view all poor, homeless, or displaced people with the same lens and therefore adopt a cookie cutter or a one-size-fits-all approach to program development. However, if we take the time to listen without judgment, suppressing our need to solve their problems expeditiously, we are made aware of the complexities of the situations they're confronting. By learning their stories, we can then provide better, necessarily bespoke solutions. In Lesson 1, we learned to examine our hearts for pure motives to act. Lesson 2 is more about examining these communities by intently listening to their members, to help us uncover the root causes that contribute to the difficulties at hand. Unfortunately, most technology-focused programs are solutions in search of a problem. Judge Judy, a famous TV show, a judge here in America, always mentions having 2 ears and 1 mouth. More time should be spent listening to those we hope to serve rather than telling them what we want to do for them. The problems we've faced during COVID-19 highlight this lack of listening. Blinded by our experiences, our normal, our lifestyle, we sent millions of iPads and laptops home with children who lack the basic infrastructure to use them, such as internet connections, or in some cases, reliable electricity. As we continue our post-COVID reboot, let's adopt a new strategy where the discovery phase of our program timeline provides us with sufficient time to delve deeply into the lives of those we intend to provide services for. Now, as we leave Russia, we're going to head to Wallops Island, Virginia, and a project that I'm especially fond of, the launch of a student experiment to the International Space Station. I wish I could say I took a ragtag group of kids from the mean streets, and you can fill in the blank with the meanest streeted city you can think of, and took these kids from the wrong side of the tracks, and we made a great space program. Now, while that would make an excellent, feel-good movie, that's not what happened. Instead, I took a group of exceptionally talented and privileged students and assembled a decent, okay space program. All the privilege in the world mattered little here. We would not have succeeded without smart partnerships. Unlike many programs that I've developed, money wasn't the issue here. In order to fly this experiment, we needed intellectual capital. While we could have relied solely on the brains in the room and launched something, it took humility to reach out beyond our expertise to create something remarkable. We partnered with mentors from MIT, several former NASA engineers, and even a former executive of a major gaming company, not to mention the blood, literally, sweat and tears of parents and teachers and, of course, students to make this happen. At the start of the COVID outbreak, schools across the world were scrambling to get anything resembling education to their families. Some of us hit it out of the park, many more of us failed. Even the successes are a bit suspect here in that students who had learning differences, inadequate support in the home, or simply students that were just simply very young and had parents who needed to focus on work suffered. This needn't have been the case. We have had access to XR, meaning AR, VR, or MR, for almost a decade now. We've had MOOCs, distance learning, e-learning school, telepractice, companies with remote and global architectures for decades more than that. While many have been planning for what education will look like in the next X years, the future actually is now. Post-COVID, education leaders need to look beyond their silo of experience and engage more fully with leaders and people and teams in these well-established programs and also in these up-and-coming fields to expand and improve their offerings. Now we're going to go from the launch pad to the outback, to Kununurra, Western Australia. I'm a first-generation American, the child of immigrants from an economically poor but happy island nation. I remember my mother telling me about her first road trip from New York to Florida, through some more rural parts of the country, and the shock she experienced when she discovered that there were pockets of America with people living in abject poverty. Her shock mirrored mine, I think, when I visited the homesteads of some Indigenous Australians. I'd been living in Australia then for a few years and had taken this service trip up from Melbourne with a few friends. While there, we visited many communities. The vast nothingness on the long stretches of highway between them still reverberates in my mind. It was peaceful and yet desolate. Nothing on the highway except for us, a couple birds, and these enormous land trains, which are trucks that pull an obscene amount of trailers that were filled with goods from the beyond somewhere. I wondered then, rightly or wrongly, in an area where something as simple as bread needs to be trucked in, what real chances is there of implementing any real type of technological change? This, compounded with the other suffocating layers of want and need and oppression and lack, was an assault to the mind. Many corporations make the big donation, have the swank weekend-long orientation with the food and the fanfare, and then disappear, leaving the locals to figure out and troubleshoot problems. I felt guilty of the same. Sure, you can communicate via satellite radio or telephone, but I stayed for 10 days and flew back to the normal, that was Melbourne, and I didn't return, ever. There's a popular adage, give a man a fish and you feed him for a day, teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. When you see the scant resources available to the community at hand, no matter how well-intentioned, those words ring hollow. It is irresponsible fiscally, morally, and otherwise to ideate a program, fund it, develop it, and launch it without first calculating the cost and implementing the processes to sustain that program until the needs of the people are met. More than teaching that person to fish, make sure the pond you have them fishing in has enough fish in it to sustain them. I cannot tell you how many times I've heard of and seen electronics that have been donated that wind up collecting dust still in their wrappers and boxes in corners because the recipients lack the expertise to use them. Or worse yet, the gifts given are not suited for the task at hand. Another example of this that comes to mind is when we take inner city and rural kids and we expend the time and energy teaching them how to code and introducing them to AI and machine learning and 3D printing and robotics and virtual reality without actually linking what they're doing in these after-school programs to the lives that they're living day to day. That lack of connection means that only the most dedicated and most brilliant students has any chance of actually making that learning stick and succeeding. Personally, I believe finding that 1 in a million student or that even that 1 in 1,000 is not a good enough return on our investment. We would fire any broker that gave us similar returns in business and finance. Why is it acceptable here? Now we're going to leave Australia and fly a little north to South Korea, where I spent some time, about 3 years, teaching in a farming village called Okgae and its neighboring fishing village called Gunjin. Both are about 100 or 200 kilometers south of the DMZ. For me, Korea was a tech lover's paradise. When we in the States were still playing around with our flip phones, making calls to our in-network friends, or rationing our limited number of text messages every month, in Korea, I could use my mobile to pay my bills, watch TV, buy food, play games in color and great graphics. At home, my toilet serenaded me, warmed and cooled me depending on the weather. Even my washing machine played a little song every time a cycle was complete. Then we have this. In a country that produced global tech giants like Samsung and LG, we had these funky cold heaters in the classroom that you had to strike a match, light a piece of paper, and drop in there to actually start the process of heating the classroom. It's been years since I've been in Korea, but this still sticks in my mind. This incongruity between the bleeding edge technology and then the antiquated living side by side. In the classrooms, we use the latest in educational technology to engage the students, yet our efforts were lost on most students. Why? Because they reserved their energies for the Hagwons, the after-school school that trained them to pass, first the high school and then the all-important life-determining college entrance exams. While all educators and business leaders understand that creativity and critical thinking skills were important, families understood that these exams were the ticket for their child's success. Now, globally during COVID, major exam systems like the SAT and the IB/DP diploma exams were suspended. In Korea, where families spend up to 70% of their household incomes on academics, how did the pandemic affect their child's ability, which is already very slim at 2%, chances of gaining a spot at one of their elite Ivy-like Sky schools? Time will tell. But what time is it? It's 2020. Shouldn't we abandon these antiquated measures of student achievement and adopt solutions that mimic the approach to innovation found in the successful companies like Samsung and LG? We know in technology that we fail forward. We implement agile practices, changing and iterating, innovating on the fly. Assessing mastery of skills does a lot more to prepare students for their future careers, rather than simply passing worthless tests, preparing for the next classroom. Our final stop today is a virtual trip to South Africa with a brief stop in Florida and a long 9-year layover in Turkey. I've spent the bulk of my time with you today talking about the mistakes we've made as a community. So how do we take these simple lessons to reboot the world? It's simple. Actually, I'm lying, it's not simple. A few weeks ago, or maybe it's been a month now, the SpaceX group launched a Dragon capsule that allowed the US to reestablish their ability to launch people to space. I remember watching that broadcast and seeing a Black man who was a former astronaut and 2 women, one white, one Black, sitting side by side, just giddy with excitement, and their excitement was infectious. It was interesting because that visual would not have been possible 50 years ago. A fantasy to some, or a crazy idea to many. At the same time, outside my window, people were gathering to protest the death of George Floyd. Sadly, a less surprising, more realistic visual. We live in a very interesting time that calls upon us to battle many dragons on many fronts. Rebooting this world isn't as simple as pushing a button and waiting for the screen to come back on, and we simply can't bury our heads and pull the plug. In our case, we have to go to the 6th and final lesson, and that is we have to remember what it was like to dream. As a kindergartner, or maybe 1st or 2nd grader, I don't really remember. What I do remember is that an engineer came to our elementary school, and he had a piece of a space shuttle tile, and he asked us to touch one side of the tile with our hands while he lit the other side with a blowtorch. To our amazement, it was cold to the touch. Ironically, as a teenager, my first real work experience was at NASA's Kennedy Space Center. And I got to work in the material science unit in a building that housed the astronauts before their launch. And also I worked on the launch pad a hair's breadth away from the shuttle. NASA then paid for my college education, and I continued to work for them during my summers. I'm telling you this simply to say, we have no real idea where that spark of hope that lets a child dare to dream comes from. In order to reboot the world, all of us would need to accept the calling that we are all educators, whether we choose to be or not. My love for science and technology came from somewhere. I don't know where it came from. Someone ignited that in me. The last 10 years of my life have been focused on partners and projects in the Middle East and Turkey, especially in bringing VR to education. Now I have the privilege of working with groups in the US and South Africa to help renew the desire to explore space for the next generations. Now the ball is in your court. I really love this quote from Marianne Williamson. It says, "Our deepest fear is that we are powerful beyond measure. It is our light, not our darkness, that most frightens us. We ask ourselves, who am I to be brilliant, gorgeous, talented, and fabulous? Actually, who are you not to be? You are a child of God." So, don't be afraid of the light. Accept the challenge and let your light shine. Thanks. We have a question. If humans build an AI for chemistry and medicine, and it generates a vaccine for COVID-19 or any virus that changes science, should humans continue to develop science or expect AI to be the scientist? For sure, humans should continue to develop science. We can't abdicate our responsibility as human beings to technology. And I don't know about you, but every single sci-fi movie, that's not the thing to do. We have a responsibility for our generation and generations following to continue the work that we have and to continue the work and to continue to grow as a species. So definitely not, we would not abdicate that to AI. And thank you very much. We are done. Thank you for joining us.
Hello, hello, hello. 1, 2, 3. Okay, are we ready? Hello, hello, hello. 1, 2, 3.
John, you're live.
Okay, thank you. Hello, my name is John Hines. I'm the founder and CEO of the Hines Family Foundation for Education, Innovation, and Service. And today it's my honor and pleasure to talk with you a bit about my 2 or 3 of my favorite subjects: space, technology, and STEM education. I want to tell you a bit about an initiative that we've started in the foundation. And my name is John Hines. I'm the founder and CEO of the Hines Family Foundation for Education, Innovation, and Service. And I'd like to give you just a little review a bit about my 2 or 3 of my favorite subjects: space, technology, and STEM education. I want to tell you a bit. Turn off some things.
John,
Okay.
you're live. Go.
Am I okay now?
Yes, yes.
Do I have an echo?
No.
Okay, shall I start over?
Yes, yes, please.
Okay. Hello, my name is John Hines. I'm the founder and CEO of the Hines Family Foundation for Education, Innovation, and Service. It's based in Atlanta, Georgia. And our real point is to see how we can help and motivate STEM learning for underserved and underprivileged students. I want to thank my colleagues, Don James and Marsha Maxwell, who are associates with me in the foundation. They gave a wonderful discussion. If you recall the book by Simon Sinek, Start With Why, you'll find that I think Donald gave you an idea of the why, Marsha gave you the what, and I think I want to give you now some idea of the how and how we're going about addressing these issues. First, I'd like to tell you a little bit about myself and how we got to this point. I've had a long career, let's see, now into my 70th year. Many work locations, many projects and activities. I've lived in several places. I've learned many things. I've studied and worked quite a few things. And I'd like to say I've done quite a few things here. I won't go into all of those, but I'd just like to give you sort of my employment flow and my education flow. I'm a graduate of Tuskegee University in Alabama for undergraduate school in electrical engineering. I attended Stanford University for graduate school for master's in electrical and biomedical engineering. I was an Air Force ROTC graduate. I went to, my initial career was at SRI International doing research work in biomedical activities, 12 years in the Air Force, and then the final end of my career before retirement was with NASA for about 37 years. Once I retired, I started a small consulting activity, but my real passion and upbringing being in education, that sort of evolved into the Hines Family Foundation for Education, Innovation, and Service. And that's the subject I'd like to discuss with you a bit today. So a bit about the foundation. The mission of the foundation, the Hines Family Foundation, is to enable underserved and under-resourced students, groups, and communities to become viable contributors to and beneficiaries of the 21st century global workforce through STEM 4.0 based learning and innovation. Many of you may wonder now, what do I mean by STEM 4.0? And I'm going to leave you in suspense for a minute and tell you about that just in a minute. I also want to tell you about one of our programs within the foundation, Mission 3D. You think of the analogy about the iceberg, and what you see above the water is one part, and what you really don't see is a lot of the hard work that goes along underwater. So Mission 3D is our outward outreach and education arm of the foundation, but there are a lot of things that go on behind the scenes and behind that that I'd like to describe to you in this discussion. So what do? We use space as a learning and training motivator. We develop and apply STEM 4.0 learning packages. We want to train teachers to help students learn. One of the things I think you heard a bit earlier that, from Marcia is that as you try to take these technologies to schools in certain areas, they were not able to be fully used because in a lot of cases, the teachers and instructors did not have the skills to be able to convey this knowledge and information to their students. So we have employed and instituted a two-pronged approach of training the teachers to help the students, as well as to using space as a motivator to enable the students to pursue their academic objectives. We focus on underserved students. Our tagline, you see at the bottom here, is to help underserved students realize their 21st century STEM 4.0 goals. We really target underserved, underrepresented population groups, primarily initially in the US, as we've gotten started over the last 3 years, women, African Americans, Latin Americans, disabled, disadvantaged, not to limit only to those, but that's where we've started with the foundation. And let me tell you a bit more. I mentioned I would tell you a bit about STEM. You heard Donald talk about STEM and wondering where does it go, where does it fit. Marcia had some comments about STEM. We've seen in the educational world, we started with STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math. That evolved to STEM 2.0, which added a project-based learning component. Next iteration was STEAM to add the arts into it. What I suggest is that in addition to that, adding a research component, which I label STREAM, and then another component of managing, making, and actually life cycle project and product development that I call STREAM MMS, which was a mouthful. And so I've kind of coined the term STEM 4.0, and that's based a bit on the fourth industrial revolution, Industry 4.0, because those are the products and the tools that are being used in the 21st century. And how do we educate the 21st century workforce without informing them of those capabilities? So let's go back to a little point here. We institute a one-room schoolhouse learning approach as an integrated learning work group. And I base that on the one-room schoolhouse approach. And just to give you a bit of Americana, since we have an international audience here, in the 19th and early 20th centuries, most American students attended a one-room schoolhouse. And I'm sure that might be the case internationally and globally as well. But in that case, a single teacher would have students in the 1st through 8th grades, taught them all. They would have all the various lessons, all the various classes. All of the students were exposed to all of the lessons and all of the activities of all of the grades. And we've kind of taken that as the Heinz Family Foundation model for STEM 4.0, in that we would allow students at all grades to work concurrently and be able to proceed and work at their own level under the guidance of mentors, facilitators, and experts. We hope, and our aim would be to provide common facilities, tools, and learning products at increasing levels of sophistication as they evolve through their learning careers and work to life cycle mission, products, and deliverables. And I think this integrated learning working group, although it started a year or so ago, I think this approach, the blended distance learning approach with hands-on tools and projects, is particularly relevant in this COVID-19 era and beyond. So in a way, I'd like to say that the foundation implements a one-room schoolhouse approach for learning to design, build, and operate stuff. That's my technical term for projects and missions. So let me tell you a bit about how that goes. We have also defined what we call a continuity model, a pathway, a pipeline, and professional to address and support students all the way through from their early educational points, all the way through their early career professionals, in a sense, going from grades 3 to 23, if you will. For each of these elements in the K-12 STEM pathway, STEM 4.0 learning area, what we call the pathway, really focuses on students primarily at high school level, pre-college, from grades 9 to 12 with on-ramps and entry points at middle school, grades 6 through 8, and early exposure even for grades as low as 3 to 5. The academic pipeline, then, we hope to have an efficient transition into the academic grad and undergrad and community and college specialist technical schools, and then have that then also lead and provide assistance and support as they begin their early career professionals in the first 3 to 5 years of their career. We have recently instituted 3 campaigns: SILVA, Space Innovation and Learning Virtual Academy; Assets, the Artemis Small Spacecraft and Exploration Technology for Space; and PULSE, the Post-University Learning Systems Evolution, to really facilitate this whole area. And I'll tell you a little bit about that as we go. But first, I want to let you know that it's really about the students. And I want to tell you about a short, I guess the video won't show, but in August of 2018, we hosted our first Train the Trainer workshop. And this was sort of the first activity that we did that brought together our one-room schoolhouse approach for teachers. In this case, we had elementary, middle, and high school teachers. We had university professors. We had practicing researchers, surface subject matter experts, all in a room. And we were trained with a technology that we have worked with a South African company, X in the Box, that I'll tell you more about as well. But in that, we had a 2-day session where we trained all of the persons in the room as a collective group to learn this basic tool that we wanted to use as our baseline tool. Well, the elementary school teachers from Mapleton Elementary School in Cobb County, Georgia, went back after that day on the 28th and 29th of August, in 2018, and began to address this with their 4th and 5th grade students. What happened with this is about 6 months later, because we are affiliated with the Georgia Space Grant Consortium at Georgia Tech, about 6 months later, we brought 10 of those 4th and 5th grade students to the Georgia Tech Georgia Space Grant Consortium annual conference with all of the university participants, the companies, the corporate participants, and the students themselves actually put on a science fair and demonstration and demonstrated the technologies that they had learned in that area. And it's just a model and indication of, if you inform the teachers in the proper level, then they're able to convey these next generation technologies to their students. In 2019 and 20, we've now had the pleasure of becoming acquainted with Christopher L., who is now our KID ambassador. I'll tell you more about Christopher. You'll see him here staffing a demonstration booth that we supported at the Space Innovation Symposium at Georgia Tech last year. But just a bit about Christopher. He's 11 years old. He's just finished 5th grade. He's now the Heinz Family Foundation KID ambassador. He's a citizen scientist. He does conservation. He does red tide surveillance. He's a Mars Generation student ambassador. He's a certified life climate speaker. This is a model of, who I wanted to be when I grew up and who I still want to be when I grow up. And you'll see here him as he's demonstrating our technologies and staffing our exhibit booth here at the Space Innovation Symposium. Charlie Bolden, the former administrator of NASA, was a keynote speaker, and you see Charlie here with Christopher and Olatunde Sani. I'll tell you about him in a second, but I'd like to say here is, in one way, past, present, and future. So Olatunde Sani, Georgia Tech, he's our Foundation Stipend Fellow. He's a PhD candidate at Georgia Tech. He's just finished his coursework and is now working on his thesis project. But in addition to that, as a Heinz Family Foundation STEM 4.0 ambassador, he has been the lead trainer and facilitator to train students, teachers, provide guidance on how to use the tools and products that we are developing. You see him here in a teacher training situation, and here you see him also with Dr. Marsha Maxwell, who you just saw, in hosting a program with the Horizons program in Georgia this past summer. So that's an idea of sort of an instantiation, if you will, of our continuity model there. Now, let me give you a bit of some discussion about our science and technology scope, which is the basis for the activities that I want to tell you about that the foundation is conducting. We really are now focusing on 5 science disciplines: weather, climate, environment, physical sciences, and life sciences. We had identified originally technology product track areas in space science, automation, product development, and applications. And we'd identified 5 technology domains and disciplines. The primary one, Moon, Mars, and Beyond, which evolved into the initiative that we are talking about during this presentation. But I want to let you know also that we, in addition to the space initiative, we have a couple of other initiatives that are also relevant: sustainability and Industry 4.0. And the linkages for those, if you look at the National Academy of Engineering's Grand Challenges on Engineering, you'll find quite a few of the activities that we will identify in the Space Initiative and the other initiatives as well. Sustainable Development, our Space Down to Earth Sustainability Initiative addresses the UN Sustainability Development Goals. And of course, Industry 4.0 reflects the 4th Industrial Revolution, which has evolved from the mechanization, the mass production, the computer automation, and now the cyber physical systems, which make that complement and are the subjects of efficiencies in the future 21st century workforce. But just to focus really on the theme of today, is from the Earth to the Moon, Mars, and Beyond. It's an experiential STEM 4.0 learning using space as the motivator. And it's our hope that through this program that students could learn through mentored hands-on project experiences, a full range based on their space or scientific interests, or use this as a stepping stone to go into other areas of interest. So there's possibilities to do science and technology experiments, to learn about Internet of Things and robotics, to focus on balloons, satellites, swarms, and the whole gamut of those technologies and products and skills that are necessary in order to do space missions. So in a way, we're really teaching kids and students how to design, build, and fly space stuff. And it really is rocket science. These are real projects, they're real hands-on STEM experiences and hands-on learning activities. So the core training, we have a 5-part training paradigm that we're putting together in a workflow. And we take those 5 science discipline areas and looking at space destinations, with our destination of Earth being our primary one and the basis from which we depart from all other destinations. And then we have some hands-on project learning areas that we use to really focus on the learning that you might learn, the students might learn in general knowledge capture, but then to have practical hands-on experiences that help them to really see and do hands-on learning based on the things that they are doing. And so I'll tell you about one of these in particular and allude to several others that we have in the works and from there. So those activities, I've described the destinations, the science objectives, the hands-on project experiences. I think I'd like to tell you that our focus for the foundation is really on designing and demonstrating and deploying the learning packages. I mentioned the fact that our Mission 3D program is the front end of the activity, but the under the water in this iceberg are developing the learning projects, developing the hands-on project experiences, developing the tools and the products to affect this learning capability. And it's now been exacerbated a bit because of the COVID-19 area, where heretofore there were activities that could be directed to the school and work in school with students. Now we've had to reflect back and think about how to do this in a distance and remote learning mode. So the first and the primary learning area is one that we call suborbital and orbital space systems, SOS. And this really focuses and emphasizes the from the Earth to the Moon, Mars, and beyond theme. In this particular area, it's a graduated multi-level activity with multiple school learning nodes, multiple life cycle learning pathways. We start again with the plug and play technologies, the X in a box type tools and technologies that I'll tell you a bit about more, but then we use those for environmental and climate and local weather and other classroom and field experiments, progressing to tethered low altitude balloons, progressing then from there to higher altitude suborbital balloon release, and in some cases going to suborbital vehicles, amateur rockets. And as Marcia described, there have been instances where there actually have been and will be science payloads, not only on the International Space Station, but on actual free-flying space platforms such as CubeSats. In addition to that particular learning area, there are several other learning areas that I'll just point to. Extreme environment detection systems that we have been developing with the SETI, Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence program, with remote distributed hands-on tools, again, still using the X in a box type technologies there. We are looking at technologies for Internet of Things and field agriculture and sustainable crop growth and farming using various technologies. And of course, the STEM 4.0 learning technologies, which address the full range of the STEM technologies and Industry 4.0 technologies, Internet of Things, augmented reality, cybersecurity, cloud computing, 3D modeling, and so forth. And finally, one of the areas that I have more expertise and interest in is in life and medical and biological technologies, which are really the front end as we're looking to do human exploration to the moon and beyond, but also of interest for our quality of life and health and well-being on Earth. I mentioned earlier several campaigns. One of the campaigns that we have this year is called SILVA, Space Innovation and Learning Virtual Academy. Dr. Marshall Maxwell, who you just heard prior to me, is the co-investigator on this and working to develop tools for this. And the idea is to apply these 21st century foundational tools, such as embedded systems, smart systems, robotics, advanced manufacturing, virtual and augmented reality, and apply those to learning areas such as the SOS program there through a series of graduated areas. Donald James mentioned student challenges. So we have an early phase 1 through 3 there, and as they succeed through that, maybe to address challenges that could take them forward, and then going forward to the more sophisticated and more involved and more costly, if you will, projects into space. We're fortunate to have the collaboration and teaming with Georgia Tech and the Georgia Space Grant Consortium on this pathway with the ultimate goal of getting more students at the K-12 and pathway level ready to go into the academic pipeline. And so leading to that is another program that's assets based on the Artemis program, which is the NASA program of return to the moon in the 2024 timeframe. Artemis is was the sister of Apollo in Greek mythology. And so that the Artemis mission has as a NASA objective to also put the first woman on the moon. And so we're also looking to address those areas again at the academic level, at a higher level, but taking the same types of foundational technologies, the same types of hands-on learning experiences, but now applying those to real space mission development designs, and again, using student challenges as we try to stimulate and affect and support advancement into the 21st century workforce. So why am I telling you all this? Well, because this is Campus Party, and I know some of the history and some of the things that have been done in Campus Party and coding and addressing, bringing together students who have expertise and interest in coding and in technology applications and so forth. We have need for coders. We have activities with the X in a box technologies. We primarily focus on Arduino and Raspberry Pi type technologies, microbit, other points as applied to drones and satellites and printing and Lego Mindstorm type activities. We have certain things that we've developed. We have a lot of ideas there, but we could really benefit from like-minded individuals that really want to join us and help us in coding and developing some of these tools and learning experiences. In addition to coding, we have several projects. The Silva project that Marcia is working on is looking to develop online digital learning packages for high school, pre-college, and upper middle school, again, using our 5-stage enterprise and the same tools that we have. The Artemis program assets I just mentioned has need for projects at all the subsystems and multiple levels of activities. There's a possibility for a project called ICON, Image Capture and Outreach Nanosatellite, which could be a student-developed imaging satellite for low Earth orbit, where students could develop both the satellite, the operational protocols, but also develop hands-on applications, such that, for instance, when the satellite passed over your location anywhere on Earth, it will send you a signal and tell you it's in your neighborhood and send you a picture and talk to you. And then finally, there's a technology company called FarmBot that makes online open architecture farming and agricultural control and management systems, which could be of interest for remote monitoring, optimizing crop growth activities and sustainable crop activities in there. So we have these activities. We've got a head start on some of them, but we need help. We need virtual project team members, and I hope we could interest you in, some of you in participating and playing with us. So our workforce vision is to enable 21st century technology skills and engineering skills and the full range of skills necessary for a life cycle project, project management, engineering, robotics, science and technology, manufacturing and production, clouds, mechatronics, engineering, and so forth, and to support global applications and service areas such as you see on the right here: health and well-being, quality of life, 21st century workforce, economic competitiveness. I left off the most important one in some areas to get to this point is research and development. But these are some of the things that we try to see as a continuum to get from one place to the other. And let me just, again, another dream that we have is to create a hands-on project experience mobile laboratory. And let me tell you about the heritage from that. Again, I mentioned that my undergraduate work was done at Tuskegee Institute at the time, now Tuskegee University in Alabama. It's also my home originally. George Washington Carver, who many of you I'm sure have heard of, who did so much science and did so much work in developing tools and capabilities and products derived from peanuts and sweet potatoes there. Well, during his tenure at Tuskegee, he had a movable laboratory, a Tuskegee Institute movable laboratory. And in this, they would outfit a wagon that they would have seeds and various agricultural farming tools and so forth, and take it to the community and take it to the rural areas where they were underserved and did not have access to these kinds of technologies and capabilities. And that's going to model for me for the one-room schoolhouse where my mother taught as a one-room schoolhouse. And even to bring this closer to home, my mother was a lab technician for George Washington Carver during the 1940s. This has inspired me to think about these things and give me the ideas to create something such as the Hope Mobile Laboratory. And, you know, there are some examples at UC Irvine, another educational workforce and training company, Base 11, of which I'm on their technical advisory board, has outfitted a van at UC Irvine that has the tools necessary to deploy liquid rockets to the field for students to safely set up, operate rocket launchers there. And I'd like to see this type of model be applied for the foundational technologies that we have been talking about here with the foundation, as I've just described. So just as in closing, I'd like to say a bit about who we are. I mentioned that I'm the founder and CEO and Chief Technical Officer. Harold Boone Jr., an attorney in Atlanta, who's also the son of one of my longest childhood friends, is also a member of the board. And you met Donald James 2 talks ago as the Director of Education and Outreach. But we're also fortunate to have many members and representatives, Dr. Stephen Ruffin and Laura Skilling and Elisa Watson from Georgia Tech and the Georgia Space Grant Consortium, Tundi Sani that I described as our engineering fellow, Judy Sandrock of the X in the Box Company, Dr. William Edmondson of North Carolina A&T, Ms. Rhonda Lyons of NIRAD Incorporated in Florida, who's also the mother of Christopher, our kid ambassador, Marsha Maxwell, who you just heard a presentation from, and Alana Davis, also at the Cobb County School District, who has facilitated a lot of the work that we've done early on. And of course, we have partnerships with various companies in addition to Georgia Tech and the Georgia Space Grant Consortium. So in closing, I just want to let you know that and state that our plans in the future, I've tried to describe some of the activities of the Heinz Family Foundation and what our plans and objectives and our scope to address and maybe facilitate and enable underserved, underrepresented students to be viable contributors in the 21st century workforce. These are some of our plans to facilitate STEM initiatives and projects, to create new STEM learning pathways, expand learning campaigns, increase collaborations, and the bottom line is to move students through the STEM 4.0 work pipeline into the 21st century workforce. So I'd like to ask you to consider this a call to action. I think I've described how we can help students learn, but we can't do it without your assistance. We need your expertise and support to make it happen. And that does not necessarily mean just funding. You know, we would like to see you share your contacts, be subject matter experts, volunteer with the team, contribute tools, help us code, help us run projects, help us reach students and go forward in the future. With that, I'd like to conclude and basically thank you for the opportunity to present these activities and present the Heinz Family Foundation to you, and hope you'll see something interesting to come and join and play with us. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Hello, this is Diego Molano. I am a citizen of the world, but I'm based today in Santa Marta in Colombia, on the Colombian Caribbean. Thank you so much, everybody for joining to talk about Latin America. What is happening in this region of the world, a developing region with a lot of activity in the entrepreneurial ecosystems. Today, we're going to have the ministerial roundtable with some ministers and high-level officials of the region so that we can have a debate on the opportunities for entrepreneurs in the region. First of all, we have Salma Jalife. She is the Secretary of Telecommunications and New Technologies of Mexico. Salma, welcome. How are you today?
Fine, thanks, Diego. Hello, everybody.
Tell me a secret that you haven't told anyone about Mexico.
A secret? Well, Mexico is too close to the US and too far from God. That's a secret. No, I'm just kidding. Well, we've been doing a lot of work with this administration, trying to lower the digital divide that we have in telecommunications and broadcasting. So we're doing a good job now.
Great. Thank you, Salma, for joining us today. And we have also Germán from Colombia. Germán Rueda, he is the Deputy Minister for the Digital Economy. Germán, you are very young. You know, it looks like Colombian officials are young. How come Colombia has a digital economy vice minister? What do you do?
So I think it's part of the intent and vision from all of our leaders to prepare the country for what we're living, for our fourth industrial revolution. And as part of the Ministry of Information and Communication Technology, we have a huge task of helping across sectors. Once we have the connectivity, what are we going to do with it? So we have a responsibility and a duty with our citizens on a lot of our training programs, with companies, with the private sector, in developing and promoting entrepreneurship and digital transformation, giving them the tools. And from the government perspective, really helping drive at the national and at the local level all of the entities' capability development to better serve our citizens. So it's short answer to a lot of work that we're doing in Colombia. And by the way, I didn't say hello, but Diego, it's great to see you again. And Salma, pleasure to see you as well. And I want to say hello, everybody at Campus Party who's joining us today from, I guess, all over the world. This is very exciting. Thank you for having me.
That's great. And we also have Marco Midense from Honduras. Marco, welcome to Campus Party, to the Global Edition. We are not seeing you. Now here you are. Marco, welcome. Marco is the Minister of the Presidency and also the Minister of Innovation. Marco, how come your government has innovation at the highest level in the government? What is happening in Honduras?
Well, first of all, Diego, thanks for having us here. Very happy to be sharing this with the world. Well, Honduras has, as all the countries in the world, the need to change, right? And this pandemic gave us not only the sense of urgency, but the need to tackle the digital gap, but also to bring on the talent, the experience, and the possibilities of imagining a new world. We are almost reaching 200 years, the bicentenary in the next year, 2021. So we are thinking as well as a changing paradigm. How can we change the mindset of the Hondurans and think of this not as a crisis, but thinking of the etymology of crisis, what it means a divide. It means the opportunity to make decisions and thinking ahead of the Honduras that we want in the 21st century. As Germán said, the Honduras of the new economy, of the fourth industrial revolution, of the second machine age. So the president and the government has a vision where we try to tackle these problems, but also think ahead. So 6 weeks ago, we started this office, and we are very excited to be moving forward. Thank you.
That's great, Marco. Thank you so much for joining us today. So Latin America is really changing in terms of the use of technology and also the number of startups. The ecosystems are growing all over the region, from Mexico to Argentina. So we have now around 21 unicorns from Latin America. However, I have to say that valuations with the pandemic are changing. You know, some ones are growing dramatically, but some ones are falling behind. But anyways, let's say that before the pandemic, we had 21 unicorns out of around 300 in the world. So, but the issue is that 17 of these new unicorns were founded between 2017 and 2019. So it looks like we are like the pandemic, growing now. It's like growing exponentially, and that's the very good news. And that's and the reason for that is comes from different areas. One of them that I want to start with is connectivity. You know, traditionally, Latin America was falling behind in terms of connectivity. But today, about 70% of Latin Americans are connected to the internet. So we are closing that gap. Salma, what is Mexico doing in that front? You know, giving opportunities to people to be connected, giving tools to people to be successful in the digital economy because they have an internet connection, even people in rural areas and poor neighborhoods.
Well, we have been doing something different from connectivity only. We've been inserting a new idea, which is not only providing the connectivity, but also giving them the capabilities or the abilities to build their skills on a digital transformation. And this is really relevant because we found out we have a questionnaire that we do every year, and we found out that even though we had a penetration in urban and rural areas, we didn't have enough people connecting to the internet. So we decided to do things differently. We are starting a new process which has to do with building a general framework of knowledge where we have 3 stages. The basic skills for connectivity, knowing your equipment, knowing about cybersecurity, what is the risks getting into the internet, and also other 2 levels which have to do with intermediate knowledge on basic software design, and perhaps in certain skills we also use hardware design. And then we have the 3rd level, which is the professional level, where you can become an ICT expert. So we've been connecting not only the cities, but also giving an additional value to the people, which is getting skills in the digital world.
That's great. That's fantastic. So you're closing the different gaps, the infrastructure gap, but also the skills gap. And we're going to talk about that more in detail later. Germán, Colombia is a quite complex country as Mexico is in terms of size. The size of Colombia is, the size of France, Spain, and Portugal combined. A large country with a lot of geography issues. What is the country doing to connect people, to close those gaps?
So in Colombia, we have, as you said, a lot of geographical challenges. We're very diverse, but we have from the ministry, and not just from ICT, but it's a cross-sector, cross-government effort to try to reach through all of the regions, in particular with technology. We're connecting, with regards specifically to your question on connectivity, we're trying to reach to 75% of the households connected throughout the country. And we begin by providing free local access, and it's been critical in these past few months with what we've been experiencing and living. We've accelerated the deployment of those shared Wi-Fi spaces in community centers, in educational centers, because it's been critical. And from the government, we've made a huge effort to put information at the fingertips of all citizens. So as part of the digital strategy, yes, we're coming with connectivity, but we're also coming with information. And as Salma was saying, from the ministry, we have programs to help close those gaps on multiple fronts. And in particular, from the Vice Ministry of Digital Economy, we have programs aimed towards giving people the skills, the gaps. So we're reaching regions that have never been connected before. And we have programs aimed at children, at their parents, at educators, at caretakers, because with connectivity comes a lot of like new risks and new challenges as well as opportunities. So working with everybody, with all of our actors, to teach them when they're first coming together in contact with this connection, but also for those that are more, let's say, mature in the road towards digital literacy, programs to learn new skills, for starting new businesses. So we have a lot of programs aimed at entrepreneurship. We have a lot of programs also aimed from the government to government officials. So we have like weekly sessions, chats, where we look to connect and train and coach. And it's a cross-sector, cross-government effort to try to reach all of these people throughout the entire country.
Great, great. Marco, Honduras doesn't have the extension of Mexico or Colombia, but it has other challenges. And also, you share the same challenge with all those countries, which is inequality. How come you make sure that people with low income, they also have access to high-speed networks?
Okay, thank you, Diego. Very interesting question. At the bedrock of our national strategy is the national broadband plan. For the past 10 years, we've experienced a lot of challenges on that front. We have almost 38 to 40% of connectivity in all across Honduras. 5 or 6 years ago, when we started looking at the first efforts of the digital agenda, we came to connect 1/6 of schools and all the municipalities as well in the plaza, and 500 community centers. And that was a first approach for us to reach where the market doesn't reach, right? Where the telecom operators don't necessarily go. And that was a first effort, and we increased approximately 5 to 6% of the connectivity, and of course tackled the digital gap. From 2016, in the second mandate of the president, we are working on a more comprehensive, broader plan. We are working very closely with the telecom regulator, which has the mandate of the broadband and infrastructure rollover. And right now, in 2 or 3 weeks, we're going to launch the new national broadband plan, and we are trying to reach and divide the country in 3 areas. Of course, we're not looking at the 2 largest cities, Tegucigalpa, the capital, and San Pedro Sula, but we're looking at the western and eastern side of the countries where there's a lot of need, and basically there's no infrastructure at the moment. So we plan to really divide the country to promote the participation of local companies as well as international ones that might want to enter into this market, and try to really reach where we have a lot of digital divide. We are not right now focusing, Diego, on a flagship program which focuses on how can we bring a kind of digital bonus. That's the way that we're framing that in Bono Digital in Spanish, where we reach schools and community centers so that parents and children can access, and teachers, of course, in the educational ecosystem with technological tools and engagement for them as well.
That's great. That's fantastic. So as you can see, our audience can see, Latin America is already connected. We have plenty of fiber submarine cables around the region. We have fiber optics, backbones of fiber optics that connect cities and municipalities. And as you can see, many programs connecting even rural areas. I'm right now in the Colombian Caribbean, in a beautiful park called the Tayrona Park, which is a natural park. We have fiber here, so we have very good connection. We do have problems, electricity problems, I have to say that, but not connectivity. We have electricity issues, but not connectivity. That's a challenge also in many other countries. But Salma was explaining very good that this is not about connecting people. This is about making people use technology in the right way. Last year, we conducted a poll on how people use technology in the region and around the world. And then we found out that in most countries in Latin America, more than 80% of people were already connected to the internet, but 80% of those connected used internet only as a basic communication tool or for entertainment. So very few people were using internet as a tool to increase productivity. This with the pandemics has changed dramatically. Before the pandemics, just in average in cities, just 4% of people were teleworking. Now 25% of people are teleworking. So we are changing the way we use technology. Salma, what is happening in Mexico is basically, are people using technology for education, for financing, for banking services, for health, for other services? What is happening in the day-by-day life of Mexicans using technology?
Let me tell you, Diego, that definitely the pandemic is telling us that telecommunications and broadcasting are here as surveillance, as a survival tools. We definitely know now that we cannot live without technology. So Mexico moved from the institutional places where we used to have the technology and the connectivity to our homes, and we were not really prepared to use technology in our homes. But we found out that networks, competitive networks in our country were really resilient and very good at facing this challenge and these changes. But we need to, what we learn is that we need to make a basic technological change in order to introduce or to establish as a permanent way of living the home office and the teleeducation, telehealth, and so on, because what we've been seeing here is, for example, the gap of connectivity of those who have access to internet and those who don't. In the case of Mexico, we have around 80 million people that has access to connectivity, but we still have 34 million that do not have it. And there's an additional challenge that we have to face, the challenge of accessibility. Even though in urban areas, even though we have access, there are people that cannot pay for the connection. So we need also to do some changes in the way we provide services as a fundamental service or right that we have in our constitution. So what we've been doing is we've been working with the education sector, we've been working with the health sector in order to understand how their digital transformation needs to take place. And we also have been focusing our policies in trying to address in a quick way to get to those places where we don't have connectivity right now. But in the end, I have to tell you, we are working on a hybrid way of building our new future, and that is we will have presence in our institutions where we work or where we are educated, but we will also be intensively using home office and teleeducation and telehealth.
That's great. Mexico is a very, very large country with more than 130 million inhabitants. So people are massively using technology. Colombia is a country with around 50 million people. Germán, what is happening in terms of the use of technology? What is happening in terms of the usage for health, for education, for financing, for financial services, so on and so forth?
So in Colombia, I think over the course of the pandemic, as in many parts of the world, we've seen in weeks digital transformation that we expected in years. And just to give you an example, on the health front, in the month of March, we had about 80,000 telehealth consults. April and May, 1.5 million. So if we stop and think about that jump, I mean, that's unimaginable. If we had planned for this, it would have never happened. So the pandemic has pushed us as a country to learn how to use technology, how to use these tools, how to adapt. Maybe it's not perfect yet, but I think companies across sectors, I mean, health has responded. We've been fortunate as a country that President Duque had a vision from the start to position Colombia to transform it digitally. And in our national development plan, and for those of you who are not familiar, it's kind of like a strategic plan for government. For the first time, we had a chapter on digital transformation. And what that means is it's mandated and moved us towards regulating and not just dictating policy, but creating the projects that come with it to make that digital transformation a reality. So as a result of that, we've been working, and this is an area of collaboration we've had with Diego. Health record interoperability is a priority, and we've been working on that. And along that was the changes we had in the resolution for telehealth that I think enabled us to give this jump specifically on that front, but also on education. As part of the pandemic, in collaboration, not just the Ministry of ICT, but with the Ministry of Education, with our innovation agency, Impulsa, with our Ministry of Commerce, a lot of actors came together and we set up a platform, Aprender Digital, digital learning, where we loaded more than 80,000 unique pieces of content, and we've had used over 21 million times in the past 3 months. So even though we have, we have not reached 100% of the country, the response from people at all across ages has been great. On the innovation and entrepreneurial side, I think we've seen a lot of people going to technology to create new business models, to reinvent themselves, to connect with new audiences, to make use of technology like they have never done before. And there's, I think, spiked interest in a lot of different areas. From the government side, we've seen an uptick in how the local authorities are interested in accelerating their digital transformation. And as the Ministry of ICT, we issue standards that we're pushing forward to really drive that adoption.
That's great, Germán. That's great. Marco, Honduras is not as large as Mexico or Colombia, with only around 10 million inhabitants. And what is happening in terms of the use of technology? How are people using technology in Honduras nowadays?
I just want to give you a quick data. We had a meeting with the president a couple of days ago, and we had a report. In the presidency, just the presidency, with one platform, since the pandemic, in March, we've had 955 virtual meetings, more than 9,000 participants between the different platforms that we use. So telecommuting is something that is very innovative here. The day after the first shutdown that we decreed, we gave a directive for all the government to start remote work, and work from home has been something that we have adopted as well in large parts of the industry and the SMEs as well. And I just received another data that more than 2,000 companies, 1,000 in general, have applied to our digital platform called Empresa en Línea, where you can literally go to the website and create your company in less than 1 hour. We have a lot of breakthroughs also in the ICT, or the incipient digital economy. A lot of people have started inventing themselves in the business. We've created we created a guarantee fund in order to promote the creation of several SMEs focused on new channels through the social networks and through our national entrepreneurship service, where we also launched the first virtual fair in Central America. More than 300 people.
Marco, let's then start with that. Let's move to that topic, entrepreneurship. Now that you start to mention it, it's like a few months ago, I conducted a study for the Wilson Center, for the think tank in the U.S. About entrepreneurship in Latin America. We analyzed the different ecosystems, and the first thing we found is that young Latin Americans have a dream, and the dream is becoming entrepreneurs. In every single country, more than 50% of the young people of those countries, they want to be entrepreneurs. In some countries, they go up to 70%. In some countries, just 51, 52%. But most of the young Latin Americans, their dream is to become entrepreneurs. So, Marco, let me now that you were talking about that, what is happening in Honduras to help those young people to make that dream true?
Okay, that's Diego. You hit it right on the spot. That's something that we're very passionate about. Some years ago, when I was studying, I read something that was at the policy level. Entrepreneurship is a better or the core.
I'm having issues with Marco. I don't know if Germán and Salma. Marco, you're having.
You hear me? I lost you a little bit, Diego. Now.
Let me jump to Salma.
Yes, maybe you can shut your video so we can listen to your voice. Yes.
Yeah, is this better? Sorry, we have problems. Sorry, Murphy's Law. Okay. So I was talking that you hit a very sweet spot. That's something that we're very passionate about. You know that Honduras has 70% of our population is young, under the age of 30, right? We're a very young country. And we've studied the policies, and we think that promoting entrepreneurship should be one of the bedrocks as well as development. So recently, 1 year ago, we created the National Service for Entrepreneurship, which encompasses all the national programs that we have and has a mandate to promote technical assistance, access to credit, and promotion of small and medium enterprises. 70% of our jobs in Honduras are conducted through these SMEs, right, in the market. So we've established a series of tools for the opening of markets and even e-commerce now. And proof of this is that the website that I was mentioning we have called miempresaenlinea.org, my company.org, let's say it in English, where thousands of Hondurans simply access the website and create their company. Not only they create their company now, but we're also promoting support for them to have their digital channels. And recently we created the e-wallet as well for them to have payment and the sufficient capacity to enter market and energize the economy. More or less, $80 million is what we envision as part of the technical assistance and access to credit. And we recently created a huge guarantee fund to promote SMEs, specifically to promote SMEs, and 80% of these SMEs, which gets basically a line of credit of $15,000 to start in average, we have guaranteed them as much as 90% of the credit. So that's the one way that we're pushing forward. That's a huge incentive.
So,
yes,
and Marco, so if I move to Honduras, then and I start a company there, I can get a loan and I can get direct help from the government
yes.
for $15,000. That's a lot of money for a startup.
No, and not that, Diego. Well, wait, we were very creative with this. So it's a scale, right? If you go up to $15,000, your collateral is going to be guaranteed by the government, backed by the government in 90%. And then if you go to $20,000 or $25,000, we go to 85%, and so on until you can get a loan of $1.2 million, and we get up to a collateral of 65% from government. So that is a huge thing, right? That's more or less
quite interesting.
$1.2 billion that we can give access to different entrepreneurs in the financial system. That's one thing. And then the other thing is that we created in 2018, and I was one of the people who we have the precedent with this in the policy making, where we went to Congress and we created this 5-year incentive law for SMEs. You don't have to pay. If you start your company in Honduras, right? You don't pay taxes, you don't pay income tax, you don't pay municipal tax, and whenever you have your certificate of incorporation, you also get your permit to operate and your tax document and all the municipal permits. And that's a 5-year time for you to promote, to grow, and you don't have to pay any taxes. So that was one of the regulations or the legislations that we enacted in order to promote growth through the SMEs. And then during the pandemic, we came up with this SMEs where we've allocated, we have the space to loan up to $1.2 billion and this gradual scale of collateral backing from government. So this is something huge. I lost you guys.
I think what Diego froze, but while he reconnects, that's very interesting, Marco. I think we got him back. Diego's back.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm back. Okay, great,
Yes.
great. I'm sorry, I have this backup connection. Thank you so much.
I lost audio.
Okay, so now we see everybody. So Salma, I went to Guadalajara last year for campus party, and the year before. I went to Mexico City before the pandemics. I've been to Mexico several times, and I'm really, really excited to see the activities in Mexico. Young people starting companies, a lot of products, a lot of VC money locally. A lot of programs in universities, many universities involved in the ecosystem. So
Yes.
what is really happening in Mexico to promote entrepreneurship?
Well, we have been doing a lot of work, and I am going to give you some examples. In Mexico, the Ministry of Economy has made support for young entrepreneurs as one of its top priorities. So through its unit of productive development, it operates the National Entrepreneurship Fund, which offers endorsement for young people and women. We also are working really hard on gender inclusion when they apply for loans in preferential conditions within the commercial banking circuit. So this program considers many industrial and commercial activities. Software development is among those activities that they promote the most. So that's why you see clusters throughout the nation that are related. For example, in Guadalajara, you went to Guadalajara. In Guadalajara, we have the electronics and digital clusters. But we also have a very important aerospatial cluster throughout the nation, where we are also building skills and capacity for youngs to become young industrial and commercial developers. This program that I told you also offers professional advice and training in areas such as administration, sales, finance, processes, social inclusion, and environmental awareness. So it's a very complete program that the Ministry of Economics has, and it aims to enhance business capabilities and the know-how for women and young entrepreneurs, especially if they live in remote and areas and have no access to financial resources. That is why we are also not only promoting youngsters, but also trying to get the rural areas to become part of these activities. Other government institutions have also developed special programs to support youngsters. There's a National Development Bank, Nacional Financiera, that operates another program, which is Young Entrepreneurs, aim to strengthen entrepreneurial culture among the population and take an active role in consolidating new businesses led by young people. This program also includes consulting, training, and technical assistance. Through this program, the entrepreneurs can access low-interest loans from 300,000 to 2.5 million pesos, depending on the industrial activity they get into. And I'm talking about
how much is that in dollars? How much?
1 peso is 23 pesos is $1. So it should be around 2.5 million. $100,000.
Okay.
The academia has, as you mentioned, Diego, the academia also took an active role in supporting young entrepreneurship, and they are aware of the need that the students have in starting their new businesses. For example, the National University, the National Autonomous University, the largest university in Latin America, has a faculty, the Faculty of Administration and Accounting, created a specific program which is called a specific center, which is called the National Center for Support for the Small and Medium-Sized Enterprise. And this initiative helps interested entrepreneurs in different ways. They can get advice and training in business courses, and may also have access to several incubation and accelerations options for the new businesses. And as these examples that I have told you, there are many that have come to the public and private sectors in order for young people to become young industrial and commercial people.
That's great. That's great. So it is really tempting.
Yeah.
That's like Mexico's a good place. A lot of incentives from the government.
Yes.
A lot of things happening to start up different businesses in Mexico. That's great. Germán, Colombia is also moving. We had 2 years ago the first unicorn, Rapid, that is already in 9 countries, and we have many others lining up to become unicorns. What is happening in Colombia, and what are the incentives for young entrepreneurs to be based in Colombia?
So I think in Colombia, we have a very entrepreneurial culture that's, I think, accurately reflected in that study. And people from more from the promotion perspective, what we've been working on is in giving free access to a lot of the tools and mentorships. And I'm just going to give one of several examples. This is specifically from the Ministry of ICT, and it's a program called apps.co. And we're basically giving entrepreneurs the tools. From the moment you have an idea, we have the programs in place to help young people or anybody really who has the idea to come to a group of experts. We set it up with mentors. We give them access to the technology, to co-working spaces, to the networks where they can access capital and they can validate the products. So we have the connection, and we're building. I think it's strengthening with the appearance of companies like Rappi and many others that we've seen really are exploding in a lot of the different fronts. We're building that ecosystem because it takes not just the ideas and creating the business model, but also development of the other actors. How do we adapt solutions to our particular cultural needs? We have a lot of I think development from the venture capital perspective. I think we have investors that have traditionally leaned towards more typical, more secure investments, but I think we've seen a development in riskier, on the entrepreneurial side, on the venture side. So we've seen groups pop up to promote that type of these types of companies that we're seeing that are technologically based, but it's taken a lot of collaboration from different actors. In Colombia, we have the fortune that several entities work towards this. We have a national innovation agency that promotes entrepreneurship, and for instance, and I think as part of Campus Party, and we're gonna see it today at 5, we have the World Entrepreneurship Finals, and we have a lot of creativity, and I think it's taken collaboration from the academic side, from the private sector. But we're seeing developments, Colombian startups, one's called, for example, KiwiBot, and through robotics, they're taking care of the last mile in deliveries, and they're working not just in Colombia, but in California. We have use of artificial intelligence in our coffee growing region to optimize production. We're seeing solutions to take these new technologies, and we're seeing the evolution of sandboxes. And from the government side, we're observing and working closely with an agency in Medellin called Ruta N, and in partnership with a private company, they're developing a sandbox for X-Road. And X-Road's the technology for interoperability from Estonia that we've adapted, and we've been working on the government side for this past year to adapt it to Colombia. And we're working on 38 digital services from the government side that I think are contributing to this entrepreneurial ecosystem, because we're shortening times for companies, for citizens to do what they need to do. So we have from not just like the talent development, but we're putting capital and free access to these tools. We're working with academia, with the private sector, with gremios. I forgot how to translate that word, but what's that?
Industry associations.
Thank you. With industry associations, because it really has, it takes a lot of people coming together to be able to see these unicorns. And we're planting the seeds from the talent development. And just to share a couple more things. Last year, one new initiative, Coding for Kids. So from an early age, last year we were able to train, quote unquote, but to go through this program with more than 20,000 kids. This year it's going to be more than 100,000. And we're working on all the different age groups and developing the knowledge to be able to let entrepreneurship flourish and have more success stories. So
that's
really
great news. Great news. So there is a lot of help from governments for entrepreneurs. Recently, Babson College published the Global Entrepreneurship Monitor, the GEM, just a few weeks ago. And it is so interesting to see how the perception of entrepreneurs has changed in Latin America. And there is one of the numbers they have. It is how society perceives entrepreneurs. It is a very technical number. It's a high technical number, but let me put that in an example that may apply to Salma. Salma, this is a kind of index that measures how happy how admired entrepreneurs are locally. So it is. I put it in my in-laws example. Is how happy. So Salma, you have a daughter, and then what happens if she comes home with a new boyfriend, and she says to you, and especially to your husband, "Hey, Mom, Dad, this is my new boyfriend," and your husband asks, "Hey, guy, what do you do?" And he said, "I am an entrepreneur." So this index measures how happy the father is.
He should be very happy.
and then, what is interesting is that 20 years ago, most parents were not happy at all.
No,
and
I know.
Today, more than 50% are happy. So
yes.
it seems that the image of being an entrepreneur, because in the past, those fathers wanted their kids to be employees of a big multinational or an employee of the big multinational. Now, the entrepreneurs are being admired. So, Salma, if I am right now in Europe, in the US, in Asia, and we have many people from those areas watching us today, why they should come to Mexico to invest in the fintech ecosystems or the health tech or the ed tech or any of the ecosystems that are maturing rapidly in Mexico?
We have built a secure environment, and it is really relevant. Let me tell you a little bit about the fintech ecosystem, for example. On March 18, 2018, the Mexican Congress approved a fintech law. This was very premature to all other fintech laws in the world, and this was a unique legislation that was inserted in the financial Mexican market to introduce us to the Industrial Revolution. In the opinion of the FinTech Association of Mexico, this law allows Mexico to move forward with the use of technology and take down its lagging in financial inclusion. We've seen in the pandemic, we've seen that a lot of companies, particularly medium and small size enterprises, turned from being companies doing their commercial exchanges in presence to becoming part of the digital world. And this was done really fast, and it was relevant to have the proper legal environment to do so. We have a lot of tools that have been put in place by the government, but also by the industry. And I believe that the importance of to be part of Mexico is that now we are working together. We understood the importance of having a collaboration between the industry and the government, and also with the academia, in order to build capacity on people being able to consult or train medium and small enterprises, but also the government to evolve in order to provide digital processes, digital information in a very fast way, and also the industry to understand the benefits of becoming part of a certain region, because there was a growth in the development of clusters, industrial clusters in certain areas of Mexico.
That's quite good. Huh?
Yes,
that's quite good. But
we've been working on that. Yeah.
Salman, what about this new agreement between Mexico and the U.S. and Canada?
Well,
this week we had President AMLO, Manuel López Obrador, in Washington, D.C. This is the first trip of the current Mexican president to outside of Mexico, actually.
Yes.
But the first trip to the U.S. So this is a big issue. Is that a positive deal for entrepreneurs?
Yes, very positive, because then the arena where they can work, or where they can establish their entrepreneurship, is expanded to a larger market. So this is really relevant. We have been harmonizing the rules between the three countries in order to have what we have in Mexico. We could use it in the US or in Canada. And this is really relevant because it gives you an opportunity to become part of the value chains of any industry, or become an industry by yourself in a very large market. And as you know, this market is a highly technological market, at least in the US and Canada markets. But Mexico is also pushing forward really fast in the industry, as I told you.
Great. Thank you, Salma. Sorry that I interrupted, but we are being notified that we have to close. But let me just give Marco and Germán the opportunity to just close, just with a few sentences on why entrepreneurs should go to your countries to start up businesses there. Marco.
Thank you, Diego. We have legislation, as I told you. We have a framework where the financial system gives you support. We have the National Service for Entrepreneurship that has the promotion, technical assistance, and credit lines for entrepreneurs. As I told you, we have an incipient digital economy where we're promoting also legislation for the promotion of innovative industries. We are creating a special entrepreneurship and acceleration guarantee fund, GEMA, to promote mechanisms and incentives to finance innovative projects as well through loans and capital investments. So
That's
we are
great.
thinking ahead, and we are happy, and we invite you to come to Honduras. To all guys, you can practically come to Honduras through our website, miempresaenlinea.org, and explore the opportunities that we have here. Very happy to have you here, Diego.
Thank you so much. Germán,
Thank
you have 30 seconds to close.
So really quick, we have the talent. We have very creative people here. We have a growing economy, a growing ecosystem. We have people who have the willingness to take risks. And we've seen over the past several years, not just in one city, but through our major cities in Medellin, in Barranquilla, in Manizales. We have small, in Cali, entrepreneurial hubs. And we have a strong network of people who are really wanting to take the new technologies and project them towards cross-sector investments, cross-sector ideas. So a lot of very interesting happening in Colombia. So come here.
Guys, thank you so much for joining us today in this ministerial roundtable at Campus Party. Very, very fast conclusions. First, Latin America is already connected. Secondly, people are using internet. So we have strong domestic markets. Thirdly, we have new legal frameworks. We have also access to huge markets, as Salma explained, with Mexico and Canada. So, and we have the talent and a lot of incentives from governments. So the place to be in the next decade is Latin America. The future of Latin America is powered by entrepreneurs. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And I really appreciate your time today. Thank you, everybody, for watching. And please keep being connected today at the Campus Party. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Diego.
Thank you, everybody. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Diego.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Saloma, Germán.
Bye-bye.